thanks for coming tonight. For those of you who are not here this afternoon or this morning, my name is Tim Thomas. I'm on the board of directors of the JACL, the curator of the little museum we have downstairs. If you haven't seen it, I hope you come tomorrow and see our museum. So this weekend has been pretty amazing, actually. We really are very pleased with the people who have come. I think we've had a really good program. For those of you, so you know that this Abalone Festival is the beginning of a series of programs we're planning for the 100th anniversary of this very building that we're in. It opened on May 2nd, 1926. Actually built in 2 months, this building. It was built by an organization called the Japanese Association. This neighborhood was once a thriving Japan town. And they built this building because they felt it needed a place where people could come and sort of sort out their grievances with their neighbors, where newly arriving Japanese immigrants could come and sort of assimilate themselves into the community. And they would bring artists, musicians, and theater from Japan. They had kabuki theater here. They even had sumo wrestling in here at one time. All kinds of things going on in this very building right here. Which makes this building unique in a lot of ways is this building has been in the hands of the Japanese community since the day it was built, which is very unusual. So we're really honored to have this building. I'm really honored to be part of this building. And as I mentioned earlier today, the reason we're having the Abalone Festival, besides the fact that I've been researching the Abalone story for 20-some odd years, but it was abalone that brought the Japanese to Monterey, and it was abalone money that built this building that we're all sitting in today. So that's why we're here. So thank you. I know that I'm going to turn it over to Elisa, right, of the White Abalone Project, and then we're going to go from there.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks so much for inviting us. We really appreciate it, and we're learning a lot, especially about Roy, which is really special. So I'm the director of the White Abalone Captive Breeding Program, which is based at the Bodega Marine Lab. So this is a map of the different species, which we saw a different version of earlier in the day if you were here. And white abalone are that gray line, which range from Point Conception south. And so you might be asking, why are we talking about white abalone in Monterey? There's a couple of connections. Obviously, the one that we've heard a little bit about and we're going to hear more about is that the person who discovered white abalone was Roy Hattori, who is from Monterey Bay. And also, we have partners throughout the state, including in Moss Landing, who are helping us raise white abalone for restoration aquaculture. Usually I spend a lot more time on the ecological, economic, and cultural importance of abalone, but we've heard about that all day, and I can't do the justice that everybody else did in their talk, so I'm just going to reiterate that white abalone and all abalone have really immense cultural, economic, and ecological importance. So we know that all abalone declined in the 1900s. This is a graph of commercial landings, but white abalone were hit particularly hard. We lost over 99% of the species in a decade, and that was because of overharvest and us not really understanding the ecology of the species, so the management also kind of wasn't there. We had less than 1% of the species left. The animals were listed as critically endangered because abalone have to be pretty close together to reproduce in the wild. And with so few animals, they were too far apart for eggs and sperm to meet and for there to be any kind of wild reproduction. So our program, the White Abalone Captive Breeding Program, in 2017, white abalone were collected from Catalina Island and brought into captivity with the goal of spawning those animals in captivity and putting their babies out in the wild to save the species. The species was listed as endangered on the Endangered Species Act in 2001, and there was a first successful spawn in the program at the Channel Islands Marine Research Institute. And at the time, it was like, great, we're going to save the species. There was another spawn in 2003, and then a disease called withering syndrome happened and eliminated a lot of the animals that were in, the majority of the animals that were in the land-based restoration aquaculture program. This is a photo, or photos of red abalone, healthy red abalone. This is the foot at the top, and then you can see it at the bottom, and it's like totally shriveled and withered. That's what withering syndrome looked like. And then for almost a decade, there were no successful spawning attempts for white abalone, so they just weren't able to be bred in captivity anymore. The program moved to the Bodega Marine Lab in 2011, and then the first successful white abalone spawn in nearly a decade happened in 2012, thanks to this wonderful human over here, who we're gonna see soon in a movie. And we still have one of those animals. So since then yeah, sure, why not? I guess I put that in this order. So this is what spawning, this is what spawning looks like in a white abalone. Go ahead. And what we do is we put the animals in buckets, like Art talked about earlier. We do very similar methods as with red abalone. This is the female kind of crunching down and expelling a bunch of eggs. The most that we've had is about 20 million eggs from a female, but that's really, really rare. That's only happened once. But they can spawn several million eggs in a single spawning event. And for a long time, figuring out how to get them to spawn was really challenging. They weren't as predictable as red abalone are, but because of the research that we've been doing at Bodega Marine Lab, we've become a lot more reliable in getting our animals to spawn. So this is a video of what happens with those animals when they're older. So this is what our day-to-day life looks like in the Marine Lab, pretty much. Go ahead, you can play the video. This is one of our former technicians, Leela, feeding a bunch of our cultured red algae to our troughs of white abalone. So we saw pictures earlier of the cultured abalone farm in Goleta, and our systems are kind of designed after what they do, which is flow through seawater. And so those are some of our like medium-sized animals that are growing out in the lab. And then here is one of our newly settled babies. So this is an animal that was settled on the surface for 8 hours. Art talked about earlier how they're in a larval stage, which I'll show you in a second, for about a week. And then they toddle around. They're so cute when they first settle onto the bottom. This is when they're still swimming. This is what we do for 7 days after we spawn these animals. We look at them every day under the microscope, observe to make sure they're developing normally, behaving normally. This is one of my favorite things to see. So this is our larvae when they're just getting ready to settle, which Art also talked about earlier, when they start to get what we call sticky. So they go from that swimming phase to starting to test the surface, and that's kind of our indicator that they're ready to settle on the substrate and become a crawling abalone. I'm sorry, I don't know why that's in there twice, just skip it. Okay, so the production of those animals from our initial spawning attempt in 2012 has increased every year with a decline because of COVID. And so we went from producing a small handful of animals to producing tens of thousands of animals every year. And we're continuing to bring those numbers back up. We've already increased the production by an order of magnitude, and we'll have to do that at least one more time before we kind of meet the captive production goals needed to restore the species. And restoration has kind of a two-pronged approach. The first is spawning animals in captivity and raising them so that they can then go out into the ocean, which is the second piece of the puzzle. And this is what our partners in Southern California do in the native range for abalone, which is putting them out into the wild, or what we call outplanting. And this work takes a huge network of partners. So these are just the partners that house white abalone and help grow them out, including the cultured abalone farm, which you saw a photo for, with the exception of one of our local partners, the Monterey Abalone Company. They don't house our animals, but they are responsible for almost all of their food right now. So we're really grateful for that local partnership. And then we have a lot of animals grown locally here at Abalone Marine Labs too, which is really exciting. So saving the species, we've outplanted over 17,000 white abalone that have been produced in the program. But saving the species requires a new format for support. So historically, the work that we've done has been funded basically for the last decade entirely by federal funding. And as of July 1st, we no longer have that funding, which covers kind of the basic needs of our program. That's part of why we have a silent auction going around. We've had a local foundation step up to help us fill this gap while we figure out what the model for restoration aquaculture looks like in this kind of new world. Part of that is they challenge us to raise some of that money in a match. So we're looking for more support. Sorry, can you go back? The take-homes of this are that abalone are culturally, economically, and ecologically important, and although they were pushed to the brink, the captive production, outplanting, and research work that we and all of our partners are doing are helping to save the species. And then the knowledge and resources that we're using, because of our vast network of partnerships, can inform sustainable aquaculture and fisheries practice. And that we're entering this new and uncertain era of what restoration looks like in terms of how we do funding and how we support this work locally and nationally. And lastly, I just wanted to show this photo of Nora, who's sitting here with my son when he was 2, meeting an abalone for the first time. And I'd like to tell the story that the first time I got to go on an outplanting cruise and see white abalone going out into the ocean was also the first time that I sent him to preschool. And so it was kind of a monumental week in my life. And just that when we save a species, we secure a brighter world for us and the next generation. And then I just want to give a quick overview of the night, which is actually I'm going to make a bunch of adjustments too. So one, we started 10 minutes late. So we're going to push everything back a few minutes. We're also going to leave the silent auction go through the first few hours of the programming tomorrow. And so we're going to leave some stuff up, or we'll move it around if we need to get things out of the way. But we'll let that keep running tomorrow, just so that other folks who are here during the day programming also have a chance. Tim is going to present next on Roy Hattori and his discovery of white abalone, which we're all really excited about. Then we'll take a quick break and then screen an exclusive sneak peek of the abalone mother. And then we'll have a panel discussion between myself, star of that film, Kristen Aquilino, and Luke Gardner, who will be here really soon and is one of our partners who grows white abalone for us here at Monterey Marine Labs. And then we'll do a quick panel discussion and then an informal Q&A kind of mingling around the room. Thank you so much. I'm going to quickly hand this over to Tim so that he can talk to us about Roy Hattori.
Thank you. So a couple of things. I need to apologize. This is a program I put together a couple of years ago, when, believe it or not, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary actually gave me an award. Part of the award, I had to actually do a lecture. And this is the lecture that I gave. It was actually, the award was the Ed Ricketts Memorial Award, so I called it What's Up, Doc? When History and Science collide, right? And of course, I love this postcard, Monterey, 1935, and they all play at the beach. And I always thought that lady in the middle there had a big head of lettuce on the beach. But I guess she got it. I hope this does what it's supposed to do. At first, how I got here. So, these are the scientists in California Department of Fish and Game in 1929, 1930. When I first started doing this work, one of the first things I came across were all the old fishing game publications. I found those to be incredibly useful. They're all written contemporary of the time. They worked with the fishing community. In those days, fishing game in those days was a whole different kind of programming. They really worked to help the fishermen. That's what they were doing, and as opposed to today, it's a little bit different. These are the scientists who were doing a lot of that work. There's one is Francis Clark, there's W.L. Schofield, M.J. Croker, Richard Linder, and the guy in the end is a guy named J.B. Phillips. By the way, Francis Clark, maybe the name some of you are aware of, Francis Clark was way ahead of her time. She was the first person within fishing game to receive a PhD, which she got in 1925. So they weren't sure what to do with her. So they said, let's make her the librarian. Well, she took a series of books that sat on a man's desk and built it one of the premier fisheries libraries in the world. It's actually now here in the Monterey area. But she went on to all different programs for California fishing game, in particular the sardine program. She did all that. But Julie Phillips was actually stationed in Monterey. He was hired by another college to come down. In fact, I've seen the letter offering the jobs. The sardine cans are opening soon, you need to get to Monterey. And they were stationed at Hopkins Marine Station at that time. And his job was to go into the canneries every morning and meet the fishermen. And they would keep records of how much fish they caught, where they're catching them, that kind of thing. And this is my favorite part. They would take samples of the sardines back to Hopkins where he would weigh them and sex them. And then they'd bring them back to the canneries so they wouldn't lose any fish. All right. So what's up, Doc? So here's the famous Doc Ricketts here, of course. This is J.B. Phillips right here, both the Humboldt squid you see right there. So there's always been sort of a question, when did Ed Ricketts become Doc Ricketts? Was it when John Steinbeck called him that in the book, Cannery Row? No, but I found that every scientist who was ever on Cannery Row was referred to as Doc. All the workers call those guys Doc. So, and of course, you know the story of Ed Ricketts. Ed Ricketts was essentially a self-taught marine biologist. He was a brilliant, brilliant guy. Julie Phillips also didn't have a PhD, but he also referred to as Doc on Cannery. He didn't like it very much, but they still referred to him as that. So Julie was famous for rock fishes. That's what he did. He was very famous for rock fishes in California. This is, I've been told, what was one of the premier books ever written about rockfishes. This is his, came out in 1957. They even named a rockfish after Julie Phillips. There he is right there. Yeah. But there's my friend Roy. So those of you who were earlier this morning, I talked a lot about Roy. I knew Roy for close to 30 years. He was a true hero of mine. And this is him as a young man. He was 18 when his picture was taken, going out, getting ready to go diving. The wool underwear that he's wearing was product, was the stuff that came from Japan. There was a company in Tokyo that's still there, by the way, that was producing this wool underwear strictly for the divers here in Japan. I mean, Monterey Bay is not known for its warmth. And so they would wear this, sometimes 2 pairs of that, put on their clothes, put on a big heavy canvas suit, attach about 65 pounds of the lead weight to the front back, tie lead to their shoes, bolt on the helmet, and go down into the Monterey Bay. And they'd be down pretty much all day collecting abalone. But what's Roy is important for a number of reasons, but one of the reasons is that Roy was the only diver, Japanese diver, that was born here. So he was Nisei, second generation. All the other divers came to Japan, and with a couple exceptions, returned to Japan because they're all working on contract. And by the way, a diver's life like this, as a diver, is really about 10 years. It's really hard on your body to do that kind of work. So this is typical gear. I don't want to go through a whole lot of this, but you can see all the typical gear here. There's a dive suit. So here's the dive suit, weights, lifeline, helmet. This is the collar that sits on the shoulder. They screw the helmet onto. The helmet weighs about 35 pounds. The lid bag they use to put the abalone in. They take 2 of them down there when they go into the water. And all that gear came from Japan. They did not like the American gear. Roy told me it was just too rough. And he liked putting on the Japanese gear, so it was like putting silk on. And so here he is ready to go diving, right there. That's his brother and cousin, right there. And he just get going down the ladder and going to the boy. So in this picture you can see there's the hose here and the lifeline here. So we had two lines. We had a lifeline, so there should come probably a tug on that lifeline. But we also had, and there was a signal, a tug you would pull when the abalone basket had been filled, so you had to pull the basket up, and then they would send another one down. Also, in this photograph, you can see the toolbox, like the Japanese fishing tackle box right there. And then here he is, handsome young man that he was, going down the ladder into the Monterey Bay. That's descending the ladder. I like these pictures. It's like going on vacation. Here we are, going up the car. Right? And there he is going into the water. And these guys would go down 30, 40, 50 feet. The deeper you went, of course you couldn't stay that long, deeper they went. And some of these guys would go as deep as 100 feet into the Monterey Bay. I mean, 100 feet, I know there are divers here. At that level, you can't see anything at 100 feet. And they're on their hands and knees trying to find abalone. And then they have to work their way up very, very slowly to a 30-foot level where they be down there all day collecting abalone. And this is one of my favorite pictures in the water. You can see here's the brother, her cousin, and this gentleman here, on the sculling oar, which only the Japanese boats had the sculling oar. Of course, that came from Japan. They didn't have to use a motor. They just tracked the diver by the bubbles in the water, and he would move the boat with the scull. Now, I've been to Japan a number of times, and I had the opportunity to work with a boat with a skull on it. And I tell you, it's really hard. But once you get the hand of it, it's just with your wrist. That's all you do. You can actually move that boat. It's pretty cool how they do that. But my favorite thing in this picture is this. So this is the cover for the engine. There is an engine on this boat. So they're going back to the mother boat. But on the cover, you can see there's a tea kettle here, which always kept water. So when you got out of water, they'd have hot tea. And then, of course, he kept his shoes here because he would be so cold that he would have hot shoes to put on his feet. Right? Up, finish the dive. So the boats come in after 3 days of diving. This is the mother boat here. And by the way, the abalone season can be very long. It would change from each season to season, but it can be up to 9 months sometimes. These guys go for 3 days at a time, come back and there were nine different Japanese companies operating off the Monterey Wharf in the 1930s. Each boat would come back with about 200 dozen large red abalone, and they kept them in these boxes called live boxes, which is technology from Japan. The boxes were made here in Monterey, though, by the Monterey Boat Works, out of redwood, and they would keep the abalone fresh in these boxes while they're out for those 3 days. They float them in the water while they're out diving. And bring it back into Monterey. And here you can see the boats coming in. This all the abalone on the boat right here, and they load into these boxes here. This is right at the Monterey Wharf. We're going to bring them right up into the canneries, exactly right there. There they are loading up. Into the canneries here. These wonderful pictures. This is all by the way, these photographs were all taken by J.D. Phillips. So when I first started doing this kind of work, and I was working at the Maritime Museum, I got a phone call from a guy named Don Phillips. And it turns out Don Phillips was the son of J.D. Phillips. And his dad had passed away a few years before that. He said, Jim, we're cleaning out the house. And we found this old box of pictures. Would you like to have them? So I got down there, and there's this file box of 500, at least 500 photographs, negatives, and on the back of each photograph is who, when, where, and why. It is the most important photographic collection of Monterey fisheries in the 1920s and 30s to exist. We've ever things that we thought we would never see. I mean, things like this were just very unusual. So he chronicled everything that was out there. So that collection, by the way, now lives in the Monterey Library, so we can all see it. So the workers, and there were there were at least 3 different abalone processors on the wharf, some larger ones, and all the workers in these canneries were all Japanese for the most part. You see the ladies are pulling the abalone out of the shell, and here they are cleaning in the cannery, pounding the abalone, which is of course something they learned from a German restaurateur named Papa Risotto, who invented the abalone steak at his Monterey restaurant in 1908, where he treated it like Wiener Schnitzel and made abalone famous. And by the way, Roy told me that because Roy's mother had her own cannery, and he said his mother would bring in these old Sicilian guys to pound the tough steaks. So, of course, they're all on the popularness. The abalone came to his restaurant right there, which is right at the foot of the Monterey Wharf. So here's Roy right here. So he was about 19 when this photograph was taken. And these guys go long distance, stay in Monterey Bay. They'll go down to Santa Barbara, be gone for 2 weeks at a time, caught the abalone. So in September 15th, 1939, he was diving in about 60 feet of water off Point Conception, and he came across some unusual looking abalone. He thought to himself, this might be a new species. He'd never seen them before. So he gathered them and took them onto a boat, and he spent the next 2 weeks looking for more of them. He did find a couple more. He actually got about 15 of them in total. And then he brought them back to Monterey. We took them over to a guy named Andrew Sorensen, who was actually an insurance salesman, but he also was an amateur collector of marine mollusks, and was considered to be the local expert. And Roy would dive for him from time to time and collect shells for him. So I brought him over to Mr. Sorensen, and Sorensen looked at it and goes, well, I don't know what those are. Those are unusual. I've never seen that before. So, together, there's a white abalone, that's the abalone that we found. Together, they took them over to Hopkins Marine Station, where they met with this Dr. Harold Heath right here. He looked at it and said, I don't know what that is either. They were just not sure. So, Sorensen writes a letter and sends one of the shells to Washington, D.C. to his friend Dr. Paul Bardish, who was then the director of the Natural History Museum at the Smithsonian. And he was considered to be the world-leading expert in marine mollusks. And this is the letter that he wrote along with those shells. And down there he said, it was a commercial diver, friend of mine, who brought out these unusual specimens. That's Dr. Paul Bardish right there. And so Bardish wrote this letter back to Sorensen. He said, it is more than likely that this will prove, as you surmise, a new species. If this is the case, I shall take the pleasure in naming it for you. Now we all know, at least we all learned that if you were the discoverer of a new species, that they're going to name it after the person who discovered it. But no, he didn't name it after Roy. He named it after Andrew Sorensen. So that actually is the actual shell that they sent to the Smithsonian in 1939. It's still in their collection. I actually tried to borrow one, so they kind of laughed at me. They didn't get it, I guess. But anyway, doesn't matter. So that's the actual shell that they did. And then Bardish kind of lived on this. He actually presented at a conference of the new species of the white abalone. You can see it up here at the top. Up here he's talking about. And then new species. But when Roy was diving at that same dive where he found the white abalone, he also found some unusual new red abalone. And they did, in turn, name the subspecies of the red abalone after Roy right there. But the subspecies, that's kind of like the minor leagues, right? I mean, that's not the big league. You know, it's kind of like when I was a kid, we watched game shows on TV, and if you lost on the game show, they gave you a box of turtle wax. Yeah, they named that one after Roy. He was never very happy about it. He was always upset they didn't name that white abalone after Roy. And so a number of us, besides myself, there are other historians who looked into the story, including Roy's own grandson, Tommy Hattori. And all we had, of course, was Roy telling us, you know, I found this white abalone, and then about 2 years ago, I had this idea. I get them from time to time. I would contact the Smithsonian Natural History Museum and see if they still had the actual correspondence that went back and forth between Sorensen and Bardish. And sure enough, they did. And it took them about 6 months to send them to me. But when they did, we were able to find this. This is the actual letter from Andrew Sorensen, dated June 28, I think it is 1940, after it was named after Sorensen. Even Sorensen wasn't very happy about it. He said, but it was Roy Hattori who put out those original large shells. So there it is in black and white from the guy that was Roy who found the big white abalone right there. So we said, aha! And so when I had discovered that having a species name change is almost impossible, I contacted this organization. They're actually based in Europe, and the guy again just kind of laughed at me. So, but the good thing is that everybody knows about it now, and I'm honored about that. So, you got that. So we got to save the white abalone. That's why we're here right today. So, all for saving the white abalone. So, there's Roy, and there's Roy as well. That's a great thing. It's near Old Pacific Road along the Silmar, the old NOAA building, the NOAA Fisheries building. It's in a lot of controversy right now. There's some plans to possibly tear it down. I know folks are trying to say that in the 2000s, NOAA Fisheries had that building, and they contracted a very well-known artist named Ray Scholl, who lives in Alaska, who's very well known in the marine science world, to paint a mural around the building. And when he did that, I was the curator of the Maritime Museum at that time. When he came to the museum, he wanted to have a nice exhibit about Roy and Monterey Abalone, and so intrigued with that he added Roy in the face of the diver in the water. So that was cool too. He did all that. But the murals are still on the building, and when they're trying to save that, because they can't, unfortunately, take the murals down. So if they destroy the building, they'll also destroy those murals there. So I thought, if you can't change the name, maybe we could just kind of add something to it. Like, my suggestion is that. I don't know. Why not? And there's Roy, a few years before he passed away. And I know I bored you guys, so thank you very much.
So we're gonna embark on, I don't think that's the right word, but whatever, an exclusive sneak peek of a movie called The Abalone Mother. I'm just gonna ask that we don't record this, as it's not maybe in its final release form yet. And please know that you are the first audience who gets to see it, and this is a really, really special thing. Thank you all. I'd like to invite up Dr. Kristen Aquilino, who, as you saw, was the founding director of the White Abalone Captive Breeding Program. And so she built everything that I get to do every day, which is pretty fantastic for me. And Dr. Luke Gardner, who is at Moss Landing Marine Labs. Both of them, well, Luke is a Sea Grant Extension specialist. Kristen used to be a Sea Grant Extension specialist. Kristen also is now the Associate Director of the Bodega Marine Lab, where this program is based. And yeah, the three of us are gonna talk about some things together. Come on up. And we'll have time also for questions for folks kind of individually with the panel. But take advantage of this time to talk to some key people during White Abalone restoration. Okay, so this feels so silly after the film because the film's so powerful, but what's the hardest part of the work to save a species?
I think, as I said in the film, I think something that's really hard about studying the planet right now is the planet is changing really rapidly. And it's often changing at a pace that's not only hard to do something about, but it's even hard to understand it's changing so fast. in several spaces. And as I mentioned in the film as well, I feel so lucky to have been working in this space of renewal and hope. But it's also surrounded by a lot of this concern that's hard to process with the time span that we have on this earth as people. And so wrapping my head around that and trying to be productive in this space in some ways without losing hope is probably the hardest thing.
You know, it's something that Kristen said in the movie, not losing hope. Like, you guys have been doing it for a long time and not having any success. And then you finally did it and you got 20. 20 is, ostensibly not, gonna make a lick of difference, but it is a glimmer of hope and it's a crack in the door that then can be pushed open. I think the hardest thing about kind of saving a species, restoration of any description, particularly aquaculture, is the scale that's required. And so before you can get to the scale, you have to do the work that the Bodega Marine Lab and the White Abalone program has done. And, a credit to that organization is that they've done this work and the community just gets larger and larger. And so there's a lot of other organizations that have followed on from Bodega Marine Lab, including California Sea Grant and Moss Landing Marine Labs. And so, I remember we just got a call and it's like, you guys have had a really successful spawn and had way too many babies and nowhere to put them. And it's like, can you take them? And it's like, sure. And so that was, I think, in 2019. Yeah, and so we've been doing it ever since then. But I'd say the scale, the ocean is a really, really big place. We are somewhat fortunate in that Abalone, they don't move a lot. So it's good in that regard. If you do put them in a place, you can conceivably think that they will be next to each other and continue to kind of like spawn and procreate. But generally the scale is enormous, and that's where a lot of my work kind of works around is using kind of aquaculture and taking commercial aquaculture infrastructure and technology and trying and applying it to restoration purposes.
I want to add one more hard thing which came at the end of this film and actually didn't occur until after this was filmed, which is it really takes a lot of consistent support in order to do something like this. As Alyssa showed us, there are a dozen partners involved in this work. Luke is one of them through a California Sea Grant and Moss Landing Marine Lab. But it takes a village. I have a couple of children. I can't raise them, just me and my spouse. Bodega Marine Lab alone can't do this work, and no one can do this work without consistent support. This us being here is being part of this community of people who care about abalone, but it's also a call for help, not just for the species, but it is hard to be in a space where it's particularly in this moment where there is not that consistent support.
Just to add to that, like this year in particular, early in the year, some of the things that we got to say in our program was like, we've done it. We're doing this really reliably. Like, we've gotten to a point where it wasn't so much about discovering how to do it, but getting it done. And at the same time, we kind of had the rug pulled out from under us in terms of the continued and necessary support for that. And one of those things is that Moss Landing over the last few years has spawned a bunch of animals really successfully, and we haven't had things like that happen, in the 10 years prior. So we're at this kind of turning point in terms of our abilities, and the support doesn't necessarily reflect that, which is kind of terrifying, because it's not that we've tried and tried and tried and we just can't do it. It's that we finally figured it out, and we might not be able to do it because there's no way to fund the work. So that's been the hardest part for me. What diverse communities do you engage? We talked a little bit about this, and we have at least two of our partners on the panel. Who do you engage with in your work, and how did you build those partnerships and collaborations?
Okay, so that's basically part of my job. Is California Sea Grant is extension. So if you're like a potato farmer and you're having a problem with your potatoes, you call your local extension agent. I do that for aquaculture. Aquaculture doesn't quite have the same industry size that things like agriculture does, so a lot of what I do is talking to people and developing kind of real, genuine relationships. It's not so transactional, but I'm looking for opportunities to help people. But in terms of the diversity, it's across the board. I talk to state and federal legislators about aquaculture. I talk to environmental NGOs about aquaculture. But most importantly, I talk to farmers or would-be farmers about what aquaculture is. I joke, probably talk more people out of aquaculture than into it. But that's part of my job, is to give them the harsh and sometimes ugly truth of aquaculture. It's still very much, if you want to make a small fortune in aquaculture, you start with a large one. But we work with lots of different people, and one thing that I find is having some success, not just in the White Abalone program, but restoration aquaculture generally, is aquaculture farmers, commercial aquaculture farmers, because what they have is expertise and scale and infrastructure, whereas that is often lacking in a lot of smaller, nascent kind of groups and organizations. And so that's one thing that the White Abalone program has been able to do, and that's work with the Cultured Abalone Farm, which is a farm down in near Santa Barbara there. And I think they are starting to produce significant numbers of white abalone by using this technology. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there for commercial aquaculture to play a hand in health restoration. Whereas once upon a time, a lot of environmental organizations were looking to aquaculture and trying to help it be more sustainable. And now I think commercial aquaculture can come back and help restoration activities.
I like that you went to aquaculture there. That's your job. I know that's where you're going to go with it. But it made me think about the changing relationships, as you mentioned, between aquaculture and science and restoration, but also with, Tim pointed out maybe that the relationship between fish and wildlife, or fish and game, and fishermen has changed through time. I think that there are a lot of these relationships that have evolved through time, and understanding that evolution and understanding where people are coming to at the table really matters. Understand that history, that's why we're here. What is the history of abalone and people? And I think that that's been really important in terms of building partnerships. I try to, through my science, I came at this from a very traditional scientific perspective, and so working with other scientists, with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. But pretty quickly I learned that to save a species, it's a lot more than doing the science. It's about people. It is about saving us. And there's nothing more impactful to me in terms of the job I was doing when I had Alyssa's job than showing someone that an abalone has a face, it has eyes, and that makes it so people can connect to them. And I was just talking to Steve over here, who is a commercial abalone diver, and I think one of the stories that ebbs and flows through this is what is our culpability in this as human beings? We talk about overfishing having been really impactful for white abalone. What does that mean as human beings? So is that a flaw in us? Is that a problem with regulation or understanding of the ecology, or what is that? And then what is our responsibility when that happens? How do we interact with those things? And it's very much about who we are as human beings, and what connections can we find in this work in order to understand how to be humans on this planet and good stewards of this planet.
We talked a little bit in the beginning about the challenges and what's really hard right now, and there were some threads of what brings you hope. What brings you hope in this really challenging environment? People. People bring me hope. People are also the hardest. In this video that you just watched, I tell you a lot about myself. I might not tell you all of those things if I just saw you on the street corner, or I might. I'm a little bit of an open book. But this video for me, I think, really did connect a lot of dots for me about why I do the work that I do, and where we do find hope in this world,
which is in each other, there is a tremendous amount of loss in the aspect of living. It just is a part of life. And if we can find connection as we navigate that loss, then I think that's what makes us truly human. And that brings me a great deal of hope.
It's hard to follow. I'd be inclined to agree. I think, the more we talk with each other, the more we find out that we actually do have more in common than we have apart. And I think that's what's really important, that we do talk and we talk about these things and we think of ways to do it. But generally what gives me hope, or just a lot of satisfaction, is why I got into what I do, is just the intrinsic satisfaction of caring for something and seeing it grow. I get a lot of hope out of that, and I think we've come a long way with White Abalone, and then, like I said, just poking my head in there every now and then and seeing that the majority of them are a little bit bigger, which just gives me a lot of hope. So yeah, I look forward to looking after things and growing them. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I think kind of the nature of the job is, well, when we're able to do the work that we're supposed to do, is pretty hopeful, because we're fostering a new generation of animals into the world every year, which is pretty amazing. And I think, it keeps me up at night that this program could end. And one of the things that gives me hope in that fear is that we've done so much work, and I want to give credit where it's due. Kristen did most of it, but in building this really big network of people throughout the state, and honestly throughout the world, through things like training events. Nora, one of my colleagues, led an entire workshop training people from 15 different facilities with the Cultured Abalone Farm, and so building this huge skill set, so that if things did go away for a little while, that we'd be able to pick it up, and it wouldn't be like it was in 2001, when there was nothing, the species almost went extinct. And then the other thing is that, we were given so many things for this auction that the people just came out for us. And as soon as we put the word out that we were in need of help, people really, they showed up. And I think, that part does feel really hopeful, that we can fall back into our community when we need to. Thank you all. Wendy?
Yeah, I have a naive question. What's the relationship between the restaurant industry, and I've had abalone twice in my long life, and what you're doing? With the restaurant industry, is that bad if the restaurant industry supported you?
Well, white abalone is an endangered species listed on the ESA. You can correct me if I'm wrong on this, there have been at least one instance of an endangered species being consumed, and that is salmon, right? I think there was on the East Coast.
It depends on. Yeah, so no, you can't eat white abalone, you'll get in a lot of trouble. Yes, there are stipulations that something can be endangered in a certain area and not endangered in another. It makes it very complicated to work out what you're allowed to eat and what you're not. So no, the restaurant industry don't affect it at all. Fisheries, it's been banned from fishing for
Since 1996.
a long time, but it's not bouncing back. So.
And just to clarify, you're eating red abalone.
Pardon me?
You're eating red abalone? No, I'm telling you that if you're eating red restaurants in California, well, I hope you are, eating red abalone. And that comes from now one of two aquaculture facilities for red abalone in the state, and we highly encourage people to, support those industries, because a lot of the knowledge that we have comes from them, but also we cannot produce white abalone at the scale that is needed for restoration without the physical space and expertise support of those commercial interests. And so by eating abalone, you are saving abalone.
That's a good
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, you could go one step further, and I think that would be very difficult to manage, but maybe one day in a far off distant future, there's a possibility to grow white abalone and economically incentivize it by a certain amount you can sell, and then the farm has to like release the rest, and that way it becomes its own self-sustaining thing. There's a lot of like laws that would have an issue with getting through that. But ultimately, eating more abalone is a good thing because it gets you used to what an abalone is, and you start to care a little bit more. Because, frankly, you say abalone to a lot of people, and they're like, what's happening? But it is one of those iconic things in California, and Monterey Abalone Company is right here, and they grow lovely abalone. And part of the reason that we could do the white abalone here at Moss Landing is because we also host Monterey Abalone Company and their hatchery and nursery. And so when we first started doing it, we borrowed their head hatchery guy to do the work for us. So it's a great example of science working with industry and restoration.
And also the Monterey Abalone Company is responsible for feeding my animals during lean months, which has been a lot more frequent in the last several years. So supporting them helps us feed our animals.
So how much money did you lose that you need to make up?
A year.
Yeah, we had about $1 million grant a year. We have been really fortunate in that we had a local family foundation in Sonoma County step up. And so part of what we're fundraising is a match ask from them. It's not a sustainable way to, on individual family foundation annual grants to run a program that will probably need to be run for several more decades. Well, it will need to be run for several more decades at least to save the species. But it is buying us the time we need to figure out what that looks like.
And have you approached the Packard Foundation?
Not yet.
Do you have a link to the?
They're not local, does it matter?
So state legislators are not receptive to this? You would think that.
The state is really investing a lot of support in the work.
Because it's very little money relative to the overall state budget. So you can save an entire species.
The state budget
It'd
is
be a big win.
they're already taking money and cutting things. The state ostensibly don't have any extra money at the moment. So asking the state for more than what they're doing at the moment, I think is a tall order.
Yeah. I will say that individuals working in the state are already overcommitting themselves without compensation for the work that they do for this species, and so there's a lot of support happening there. I want to be conscientious that we're already after 8:30, and I am committing the three of us on my team, who you see in Team White Abalone shirts, to hanging around and chatting for another 15-20 minutes. Thank you all so much for coming and spending this White Abalone evening with us. We really appreciate it, and we look forward to seeing you all at tomorrow's awesome agenda.
All right, good morning, everybody. How are you guys doing today? Good. Who was here yesterday? Awesome. All right. Who learned something new about abalone? I did too. Well, I think it's going to be a great day today. I appreciate everybody coming here, and I'm really excited to hear from Linda as well, just about the tie of abalone, just from birth to death, and all of the life that it's tied to our resident Abalone community up here. This is really, it's a spiritual, it's artistic. There's so many different ties here, so I'm really excited to hear from Linda. But first, we're going to hear from Alyssa regarding the silent auction.
Hi everyone, if we didn't meet yesterday, my name is Alyssa Frederick. I'm the director of the White Abalone Captive Breeding Program.
So what we do is we're restoring one of the 2 endangered species of abalone. White abalone were the first marine invertebrate added to the Endangered Species Act. And when we started the program, there were about 2,000 animals in the wild, and we've added to that population by at least 17,000 by now. At the same time that we've reached this really big success, our federal funding has been eliminated as of this month. So we're running a silent auction to help raise money to keep this program going. And so we have some really cool stuff around the room. And all of the proceeds benefit the White Abalone Captive Breeding Program 100%. And all of the donations that come in through that will be doubled by a local foundation by the end of the year. So thank you so much for participating and for having our program here. I hope we get to chat soon. Thank you.
When does this happen?
Thank you, Alyssa. Yes, people be generous. Be generous with the money because it's all going to a great cause. So we appreciate that. With that, I want to introduce Rumsen, from the Rumsen community, Linda Yamane, and I really appreciate working with Linda. She contributes so much here to this community, and this is just for people to know that our Rumsen community continues to be here and thrive and contribute to our community. So, Linda, thank you, and let's turn it over to you.
Mrs. Tu, Mrs. Pai, Imiana, Imanokmash. Yeah, correct, Linda Yamane. My name is Linda Yamane, and yeah, I'm a member of the Rumsen Ohlone tribal community. I really hope that I'm coherent for you this morning. It's been a long haul preparing many things for yesterday at Del Monte Beach. Not just for dancing, but there were things associated with that, but in particular, yeah, I'm my own worst enemy. I get ideas, right? And then it's not easy pulling off those ideas. So that's what happened, and I got this idea that we would dance at the beach for this first Monterey Abalone Festival, and that sounded so wonderful, and it was in the end, but I didn't realize all of the logistics that would be involved with that, and so a lot had to be prepared and pulled off yesterday with the help of a small number of really dedicated friends, one or two of which are here today. So I really thank you. Anyway, and then I got the other great idea to make ceremonial staffs that I have been wanting to make for quite a number of years based upon descriptions of feathered, festooned, decorated staffs that the Portola group of people saw and described, but unfortunately they did not describe them in detail, but they described having met people along the way while traveling through Ohlone territory in whatever it was, 1769, I think the first one, and they finished off on their second round trip from San Diego in probably, I guess, 1770. So I did have, if you were out there yesterday by chance, we did have all these staffs attached to the stakes around the perimeter of where we were dancing. So yeah, I'm kind of coming off of that as well. Anyway, so let me pull up the first slide. As you can see, this is my family tree. I kind of just thought it would be nice to share, going back in time through to my oldest known Rumsen ancestor, who was about 15 or 16 years old when she was baptized at, actually she wasn't baptized initially at Mission San Carlos, she was baptized in our village of Putna, and then under danger of death. And then she was baptized the second time at the mission. I know, I kind of don't like it when people do PowerPoints and then everything that they say is on the page, on the slide. But there are a few times I'm going to just do that. So Vizcaíno, who was here for a short period of time in the winter, I think it was late December into early January, if I remember correctly, in the year 1602, left this description that references abalone. There are many fish and a great variety of shellfish between the rocks. Among others are some huge shells clinging to the deepest rocks. The Indians look for these to remove the meat inside to eat, and the shells are very beautiful with fine mother of pearl. So what I wanted to share with you that now you've probably read already is that the word abalone actually comes from Rimson language, from our word aulun, which is our word for red abalone. And then the Spanish here learned that word from the Rimson people of the area, and they ended up adopting that word and then kind of changed it. Instead of aulun, it became aulon, and then English-speaking people here in Monterey during that time also referred to them as aulon, or aulones in plural. So I don't know if I put this there. Okay, I didn't, so I can say it without totally boring you. But yeah, there's like maybe I say it later. But in 1850 and also 1875, there are records, Monterey records, in which, in English, are referring to aulones. Like there's a newspaper article from 1875 that is talking about the abalone shells that are strewn on, either, I don't know if it was on the beaches, but I believe a lot of abalone shells were dumped in various places around the area as the leftovers from the abalone industry. And it was so cool when Tim found that article quite a number of years ago, and he said, I found this cool article, and there it was, abalones are on the beaches, or wherever. So yeah, the etymology of that word is pretty interesting, and it's pretty cool that it came from our language. So I was looking through my folders. I found that I have a couple of file folders in which I've been accumulating little bits and pieces of information over the years, both scientific and cultural, that I've gathered over a few decades. And there I found a page night before last that I had handwritten probably about 25 years ago. So obviously I'd seen it before, but it wasn't uppermost in my mind. And anyway, so I had copied this Rimson, a little bit of Rimson language that had come from the John P. Harrington's unpublished field notes, and which, if anybody's interested, they're housed at the Smithsonian, but they are available online now, and previous to that, I used to access them by microfilm. Yeah, big old microfilm reader at my house, and now they're online. But anyway, so on this page was the Rimson word cheek. And I had forgotten about that, and the word means to pry or chisel abalone from rock. So I was pretty excited to find that the other night. And it was Isabel Meadows, daughter of a Carmel Valley Rimson family. I wanted to say that she was born in July 1846. But it was in July of 1935. There are a lot of Julys here. But she was born in July, I think it was July the 7th, 1846. In July of 1935, towards the end of her life, she was working with John P. Harrington, who was a linguist and ethnologist. And then I realized, wait a minute, July of 1935. That was like 110 years ago exactly. You know, so it's interesting, just somehow those dates all jumped out at me. And the fact that she had shared this bit of information with Harrington was interesting to me, and it struck me because it kind of pointed out how the cultural importance of abalone has actually endured throughout history. Like, in spite of like all these most difficult times that our community went through and the assault on our culture, this tradition of abalone endured. Okay, so I included this slide because of the Abalone Prize, and you've probably already read it, but around here in this area, at least the Abalone Prize that survived, it actually occurs to me right now there could have been Abalone Prize made of other material. If there were wooden ones, I did read, I kind of jotted the note down here that the Pomo people north of San Francisco, that they made them out of wood. So we could have had wooden abalone prize, right? But they would have decomposed over time. But whalebone hasn't. And so there are a number of examples in the area. This one has been at the Carmel Valley Historical Society, but I don't think that it will probably be there, you know, for a really long time because a number of things are going to be repatriated that they have. So it depends which collection this came from. But the PG Museum does have, and does anybody know if it's still on display there? Probably is. I believe it is, because I told somebody about it a little while back and they said they found it. Because today I wanted to share kind of a sprinkling, because it's a short presentation, so it's not something, you know, it's not going to be extensive, but I wanted to give you a little taste of a few things local, with a little sprinkling of outside this area, but a few examples in other tribal areas of California. And one thing I ran across is that the Pomo people actually had abalone feasts, and they would travel sometimes 4 to 5 days to get to the ocean. They would harvest abalone there, they would get them and mussels, and they would dry them because they were able to store for a very long time in baskets. I include this because, you know, for the interest of our locals, it's kind of cool to see specific things that have come from specific places rather than always the generic stories. And so this piece came from Berwick Park in Pacific Grove, which we all call PG. I almost can't say Pacific Grove anymore, but I realize people who live outside the area might not know what I'm talking about. And this, in my mind, would have probably been a blank. People refer to it as a blank. So it's a piece that's the initial piece that's shaped out, and then from there it will be refined. I know you can't see from there. And by the way, the reason I wore my regalia is I thought I should let the abalone speak for itself. It'd be better than any of the words I could say. But this piece, if you're able to see it, that it's incised all around the perimeter. And that's very well what may have eventually been done with this piece. Very common, very iconic, and very beautiful. So these two little pieces, again, these are not finished pieces. They're not incised around the perimeter. They're not drilled. Their shape would probably be refined to a cleaner edge. And these came from Cypress Point. So it's just kind of nice to get a little sense of this variety of things. Now, the really spectacular thing for me is, they're not great slides because this is not the original. So what I did was this was so many years ago, I photographed an illustration out of an archaeological report, or maybe two arch reports, and, you know, the old cut and paste thing. Not digital cut and paste, you know, like cut, paste. So the first image there, so what you're looking at are remnants from an archaeological setting of a burial that was encountered on Cannery Row. And I don't know what the Rossi site might be referring to, but I assume normally that would refer to a family name or a business name. So it would be a particular parcel. And I don't know what the circumstances of the archaeology, how that came about. But this burial, then this particular person had these ornaments in the area of that would imply that it was a skirt or something, you know, a garment down here, kind of what we would think of as the skirt area. So this is at the Monterey 386, which is the first image. That's at the corner of Foam and Dickman, for people who are locals. And the person buried with this, now the site dated to approximately 3,500 years before present. We don't know if the individual was determined to be male or female, but what I did read is that there was a similar, kind of a comparable Abalone, decorated skirt feature in Santa Clara County, and that person was determined to be male, which surprised me. What I believe I could say for here, I don't know for certain, but it's my educated guess after studying our area for a very long time. I would say that this would not be what the average person would be wearing. I would think that it would not be a lot of people who had such regalia, but possibly for dance. But for most cases, I think it was a person who had more social stature, in the community. Now, for the second one, I don't think I was able to find any additional information for Monterey 3, is that 371 or 391? 391. But it's roughly in the same area. Now, this piece is from outside the area because, again, I kind of wanted to give you an idea of how pervasive really the importance and the use of abalone has been throughout Native California. This is from far northern California, the Pitt River, so-called Pitt River area, but in this case it was the Achumawi Band. Shasta County, as you can see, collected in 1875. And what's so beautiful about it to me is just the massive application of abalone pendants. And I would so love to see it in use because the abalone pendants are all attached to a head net. And a lot of people don't realize that head nets are very, very common throughout Native California. Men wore them in a lot of cases every day. For those of us who have long hair, you know what it's like if you're actually trying to work in the garden, bend over, do anything. It's constantly rip off the thing, put your hair back, And so men actually either wore their hair bound up, in a man bun up here, I guess, or with a daily, like an everyday sort of head net. But a head net is so important for men's regalia because that net goes on over the head first, ties, and then all of the additional headgear are then kind of attached to it. Things aren't going to slip and slide while you're moving. And I just always, when I see this, try to imagine how amazing that would look in use, in practice. So this slide, these are a couple of necklaces that were collected here, I assume in the 1800s, probably the early 1800s, by Russian visitors. And by Russian, I mean a lot of things that were, a lot of early visitors, early European visitors to Monterey were from places that today we call Russia, because many, many groups of people were pulled together, and I'm not a historian of that era or that location, but even a lot of the things that are in German museums today, they, those people who visited and collected were actually part of whatever it used to be called. So actually I think they were consolidated in the past and then broke back out into their origins and are different countries now. But these are very quintessential old-time abalone necklaces. And because of the, well, I'd have to look further to see if the Russian collection has these identified as to location where they were collected. And then I kind of wanted to make sure that I didn't leave all of this in the past, because obviously the importance of abalone continues to today. And I was so taken by these beautiful bags that a contemporary artist, name I don't know, created based upon old-time pieces, because the little bag, it's a knotless netted bag, and the little bag on the right looks so much like the decoration of some of our baskets. So kind of the design elements, but also the materials cross over into various, they could be baskets, in this case, similars on this knotless netted bag. Same kind of patterns are on these amazing feathered belts that were actually similar to being loom woven with feathers then, included, and the belts are maybe about this wide with feather work, and then olivella shell bead patterns like the diamond-shaped ones in the bag on the right. So these are some pieces from, I guess I'd probably have to call her more of a colleague than a close friend. She doesn't live nearby, but we've known each other for many years, Tiffany Adams. And these are a few examples of some of her beautiful and creative work. Things that kind of go beyond the typical, I'd say. She does really fine work. And then another colleague who's Chumash, Leah Mata Fragua, which is so great, using the rims. Which normally I kind of think of the rims as, set the rims aside, don't know what to do with the rims. Look what they've done with the rims. It's gorgeous. And then just a couple of pieces of things that I've made. I think Tim, is Tim present? There you are. Oh, is Tim present? That was his Christmas present. Last year. Yeah. And then the necklace on the right is not exactly a replica, but a necklace made in the very same style as some very, very old pieces. And then a couple of examples of abalone that I almost always, if it's a fancy basket, I almost always include abalone pieces. And I am, by the way, that reminds me, I'm on the last month of making a basket for the DeYoung Museum. And, so now that this abalone weave. And then I have some abalone pieces set aside. I think I know what I want to do, what shape and size, but I really realized I have to wait until the basket's finished or almost finished so I can try out some pieces and be sure that they're proportionate, that they hang, before I go through the work of cutting and, grinding and polishing. It will happen. And then this is a basket that I completed in 2012 alongside a similar basket for the Oakland Museum, and they both feature abalone pendants. But what I realized when I ran across this slide and decided to share it with you is this. Is that so amazing? So this is by Suzanne Takahara, mosaic artist from East Oakland. And I'm going to go forward so you can see. I believe it's at least somewhere around 10 by 10 feet. Roughly 10 by 10. But I'm going to back up so you can see. But, well, in this one it's kind of nice because you can see how beautifully she managed to convey the qualities of abalone, you know? She ended up using glass to convey that iridescence. And now I'll back up again so you can maybe see a little closer. Oh, would you want to hit the lights again just so you can see the color?
Where in East Oakland?
On International Boulevard in Fruitvale, right next to East Side Arts Alliance.
Okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. She did an amazing job.
Oh, that's amazing.
I did want to share this part because I wasn't sure if I could find the citation, but luckily I did last night. Because the fact that, at least for the Central Valley Yokuts peoples, that the abalone itself was considered to have supernatural power. And, most of us, I would say, it probably be accurate to say all of us today, we would not have been raised with that belief. So, it's informative to us, right? It adds like another level of understanding, I guess is how I would put it, for how abalone was seen and treated and lived with in the past. So anyway, whether now or in the past, abalone has had deep relationships with California's first people. But I hope that it's given you kind of a view, at least. I wanted to ask, who's the gentleman who's giving the next talk on black ab? You. So, red ab is kind of flashier, right? Red ab is super flashy, but I love black ab too. And I just wanted to point out to you that most of this is red, but all of the pieces on this belt, I made all of them with black ab.
Beautiful.
And I love the backs as well.
Yeah, much whiter, right? Brighter.
In the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same, all the multi-colors. It's more subtle, but it's so elegant. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to learning more about it.
All right.
Okay.
Linda, would you mind walking all the way down here so we can see your regalia in the back? Right there.
Yes. No, I would not.
Would you parade?
Thank you, Linda, for that presentation. I was just seeing all of that beautiful abalone and also how it's tied to our Mountain culture. Brian's going to be setting up his presentation shortly, but I just want to read another poem from our fabulous abalone songs of old Monterey. Rainbow tints of abalone, give us hopes that you might stay, but it seems you must leave us for the San Francisco Bay, where we hope that abalones with the sporting mermaids play, and as many friends will greet you as you leave at Monterey. That was from 1913, from the Abalone. With that, I want to welcome up Brian Tissot for his presentation.
I want to thank you all for coming this morning. I'm Tim Thomas. I'm a board member here at JACL, and I know most of you were here yesterday, so you know this hall. Actually, this whole event is to honor the opening of this hall, which actually will be in 2026. And so JACL is one of the oldest civil rights organizations in the United States, and if you're not a member of JACL, I highly encourage you to become a member of JACL. They do a lot of really good work here. Larry Oda, who's the dance trainer over there, who's a Monterey boy, is the national president of JACL in the United States. So, yeah, that's a big deal. So, again, think about becoming a member of JACL. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim, and Larry, and JACL for hosting this. This is a fantastic venue. I'm very excited to share a little bit of my knowledge about my experiences with black abalone, which has been my passion for most of my life. To give you an idea of what I'm going to talk about, I first want to give you an overview of why I care about abalone, how I got connected to them, which is a very important part of my trajectory for my entire life, and then go into a little bit of the history, the declines, the actual listing of the species under the Endangered Species Act, and then the recovery, which is happening now, some of it, and give you an overview of the most current knowledge that we have of the status of black abalone. And then I have a kind of a separate talk on a video I made about the abalone song. And you're going to hear from the expert, Dr. Dunn, this afternoon. So mine's a kind of a take on that. So before I begin, I wanted to mention the passing of really a giant in the field of abalone, and that's Buzz Owen. And he passed away last fall. He is a force of nature in the abalone world, if you haven't heard of him. He was a commercial abalone diver in his heyday. He became a pioneer in abalone aquaculture at Pigeon Point in the 60s. He was the first one to document hybridization in abalone and wrote a paper about it. All the species pretty much hybridize with each other. And he found that by looking through shells, of thousands and thousands of shells. This was in the 70s. And then the rest of his life he spent doing taxonomy. He studied the entire planet. And together with Daniel Geiger, they produced the definitive book. If you're an abalone fan, you gotta have this book, of all the species in the world. And all the photos are Buzz, as well as all the shells. So, amazing man, a huge loss in the abalone community, and a personal mentor and friend to me. And he was 90 years old. He had a great life, but he'll be missed. So how did I get started? Well, in 1970, I started surfing. It really was my trajectory, and that's all I cared about. My dad was in the Navy. We were living in San Diego. My brother was actually bringing abalone home from Point Loma. He'd bring home sacks of green abalone, which is, everybody was doing that back then. And I was looking at these things and go, whoa, what is that? And that was my first encounter. But I was the only cared about surfing. So when I went to college, of course, I went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo because it has the best waves. And I was actually a journalism major. I'm interested in photography, which is kind of where the film came from. Long time interest in that. But, as part of that, as soon as I got out of the dorm, my first year, I moved to Shell Beach near Pismo and lived there the whole time. And I just wanted to surf. But, of course, some days there's no waves or the intertidal zone, and I started looking around, and there they were, black abalone. And I just got captivated with these guys. And I was eating them, of course, so, got involved in this kind of culture, which I I'm sure a lot of you had shared, hopefully some of you had that opportunity when they were legal, that you could harvest them. You know, the hunt, they fight you from the minute you try to pull them off until they get in your mouth. You know, they are tough, but they are worth it. So there's this whole culture around that, and my roommates and I and my family would go out and collect abalone, and we would spear fish, free diving, and that's kind of how I survived college. But it was just fun, and it was an important part of the culture, and I got sucked into abalone, and that became my life, really. And it made me interested in marine biology. And in the 70s, I watched the sea otter come through there, take most of them, not all of them, but most of them, and that was just like, whoa, what's going on here? You know, it's crazy. So of course, you know, I became my graduate studies in the 80s, so it was all about abalone for the most part. And little did I know what would be happening, you know, which was, I think, a shock to everybody. And part of what I want to come back to with the abalone song at the end is that what I was involved in there is a kind of a time-honored tradition in California, or was, of shore picking, of people that just, when you go down to the beach and you live off of things that are in the intertidal zone, or, you know, shallow subtidal, start diving. And, you know, it goes back, way back, you know, and I'm not talking about Native Americans, this is about people that, you know, in this case, I'm going to talk about George Sterling and the Abalone song, which is basically an early Carmel around 1907 or so. And so that was a time where a lot of people shared in that kind of tradition of getting abalone along the shore. So the prehistorical context of this, what I'm going to focus on, is only black abalone, not the other species. You know, some of these things apply to them, but most of it is just about blacks. So as you know, the Native Americans have been harvesting abalone for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. And even though they do get reds and other species, blacks are really the mainstay of many tribes. And especially in the Channel Islands, you know that because you go to some of these middens and you see literally thousands of years of black abalone shells just falling out. And that shows you a couple of things. One, it was sustainable. It was a resource that lasted forever, so there was a sustainable relationship. And also that they had an impact on black abalone. And of course those traditions live on in modern culture, and I think that's a really important. So abalone are very key, I've heard that.
That's my basket.
Yeah.
That's right, that's why I put it in there. And of course, it's not only on the Pacific coast, but because of trade networks, it's all over the country, we just saw a TV show where it was Nova Scotia, Native Americans were using abalone shells for smudging. So it's really widespread, and of course there's abalone all over the world, so it's not just here too. So because of that, because of the forcible removal of Native Americans and the exportation mostly of the sea otter, when some of the fisheries began, abalone were abnormally abundant. I mean, this wasn't typical, and that kind of excess is really what the fishery was developed around, including shore picking. And so probably in the early 1800s, I haven't been able to verify that, but some of the photos I found from 1850s or so show that abalone looked like this. Black abalone, they were everywhere because there was nobody harvesting them. And especially in remote places. On the shore, some places they wouldn't be like this at all. And this was really after thousands of years of having, two different predators that had basically kept them in check. And so they were abundant, they were all over the place. So briefly, let me just talk about what that fishery was like that came into that resource, which was mostly on other species. And so this is some data from Lundy, which I extrapolated to a lot of different fisheries. We heard yesterday about the Chinese fisheries. Now, Chinese fisheries, as was mentioned, they don't dive, so this was shore picking, so they had a big impact on black abalone early on. And not only here, but they moved all the way down the coast and into the Channel Islands. That's a picture from Santa Cruz Island, about 1853, I think. And then there's the Japanese fishery, as we've heard, which is in here, started here and spread. They largely harvested red abalone, not blacks, but they probably did some. And then the commercial fishery, which was the bulk of it, really focused on red abalone, but also had impacts on blacks. And so here's some of the data that I've reconstructed from Cal Fish and Game data and things like that. And particularly note that early in here is very, sparse and not well known. So some of these things are, I'm kind of guessing, estimating, trying to figure out. But couple points here. Early on, Chinese and other people had pretty big impacts on black abalone. They were taking that pretty much exclusively. And then in the commercial fishery, what you see is reds were the mainstay of the fishery for most of its existence. They started fishing pinks at some times. In the 70s, they really branched into greens and then white abalone, which was literally gone in just a few years. And then near the end of the fishery, they started focusing on blacks. My estimates are, this is probably 8.5 million abalone were taken back early in the fishery, maybe 5 million later. So there were commercial fishery impacts. Probably bigger, and maybe more important, was the recreational fishery, this shore fishing, which was largely not really tracked, so we don't really have an idea of the impact. But people like my brother taking burlap sacks down, that was typical. And people just, harvesting and over-harvesting, plus poaching, which is a huge issue. And I'll come back to that in the end. And so there's been big impacts to abalone, but even so, after all this, in some places that were not very accessible, abalone were really abundant. And so that's where I was kind of trying to study. I wanted to do my PhD work on a really remote site. So I picked my site at the west end of Santa Cruz Island. And this is what it looks like out there. This is Fraser Point, one of my famous sites. So I dragged my wife out before we got married to see if she could handle it, which she did. Called it Hit. And this is a very calm day if you know Santa Cruz Island. But we used to go down here and we had transects. We'd lay them out. This is beginning in 1986, and just count the abalone. And I had like 15 of these transects that was monitored. And I was interested in their ecology and their evolution. That was it, nothing else. Little did I know what was going to happen. And this is what it looked like. I mean, it was just unbelievable. And this was most of the Channel Islands at the time. So that's one of the photos. There's another one of my transects. I mean, you take a whole day just to do one. There's thousands of abalone. This is my famous transect because it's used in photos. If you haven't seen this online, it's all over the place. So this one I counted. But then all of a sudden, and this wasn't just me, a lot of people started noticing, it started disappearing. And it was just like, what? And we had no idea. And then, 10 years later, that's what it looked like. And so this is my data from all this. This is kind of the early years. And, to think about 30 abalone per square meter, or 40. Square meter is about 10 square feet, 3 feet by 3 feet. Imagine 40 abalone in there. That's how abundant. Sometimes they were stacked 2 or 3 deep. And they were just everywhere like that. But the decline was precipitous. And by, when I stopped studying them in 2002, they were down to less than 1/100% of what they were. In fact, I usually find 1 or 2, where I used to find about 4,000 or 5,000. And it wasn't just me. This was happening everywhere. So on the Channel Islands, we saw this. Dan Richards and his group, Santa Barbara Island, started declining about the same time. And you kind of see this as working its way up the coast to some of the more remote and colder places like San Miguel. It happened later. And then here's Pete Ramundi's work where he started looking up Central Coast. And here it is later, the early 90s, Government Point, Boathouse, Stairs, Brisbane Point. And we were all talking with each other, meeting at meetings, and this thing was spreading. I mean, whatever it was, we figured it was in the water, it was moving, and it was infecting abalone, and everywhere it went, it just population crash after crash, and we didn't know what it was, and that was really what was scary. And what it was this thing we now know as withering syndrome. The abalone were literally shrinking and dying, and I would find something, I'd see one, normally, you can wrestle one to the ground to get it off. These things would just come right off because they're weak, and they were basically dying. And so what we found was this eventually, and it took 10 years. Carolyn Friedman, a bunch of people worked really hard on this to finally identify that it was a bacterium. And we don't know where it came from. It might have been introduced, but it spread and caused this disease. And it's a serious thing in all species of abalone, but it affected blacks the most. And one of the triggers that we identified with this is this related to temperature. When temperatures get above a certain temperature, that's when this becomes infected, or at least the symptoms become much more worse. Below that temperature, they seem to do okay. And so that's one of the things that it's associated with, which is not a good thing in a warming planet. Drew Norvell, in her book Tiny Monsters to the Sea, talks about the rise of diseases with a warming planet. This is not just abalone, this is seagrasses, oysters, you name it, corals, and it's a serious problem. And abalone are in this cycle. And I just want to mention that we really don't understand the bacterium that's responsible for this very well. There was a virus that we found that's actually infected the bacterium now, and that might be alternate, including some resistance, but the dynamics of how that works and how it works with temperature are really poorly understood. So it's still a very uncertain thing. So just kind of give you a little science behind some of this and what's going on, and then how that led to the endangered species listing. This is some data that Alan and Suzanne Miller collected at Point Vicente, and they basically just went in and counted abalone and sized them for 20 years. And so this is kind of a healthy population up here. Small abalone up to large abalone. These are this would be about 6 inches up here. And so early on you can see, that's a healthy abalone population. You're seeing small abalone coming in, babies, that's recruitment, and then there's a stable age structure. Now what you're seeing over time here is not only reduction in numbers, but notice a shift in age structure. And then starting to lack of juveniles, and that's not a good sign in any species. And most of the time we think this was just people harvesting abalone, or over-harvesting, or poaching. So this decline was what was happening everywhere in Southern California. The only reason we said abalone is it's not easy to get to. And then eventually when withering syndrome came in, it just wiped it out. And there was no recruitment at all. And then the population just crashes. And part of this is because abalone blacks don't recruit very far. And so you need local adults to cause babies to come in there. And so this is the kind of what I noticed on Santa Cruz Island as well. So you count these little baby recruits here. I noticed they were going, but at one point they just stopped, and it stopped for 15 years. There was an ending. And so what I also found is related to, as I just mentioned, the abundance of adults. And the concept here is that below a certain density of adults, they get too low where they can't reproduce, and that's called the elite effect. Very common in any endangered species, but that's typically what happened to abalone.
Repeat the term.
Elite effect. So the idea, as was mentioned in some of the White Abalone talk, is that abalone are broadcast fertilizers, separate males and females. They produce eggs and sperm, they spawn at the same time, which is why they aggregate, so they're all close, right? And then those fertilize, turn into larvae, which settle, and then develop into abalone. But as the densities get reduced, the abalone get further and further apart, eventually to a point where they don't mix. And then they stop reproducing, and you get no larvae, and then that's when the population could collapse. And that's indeed what happened every time, one after the other. And so we modeled this as part of the Endangered Species Act data analysis, and used that and found that density, when that happens, is below about half of the abalone per square meter on average, which is about 4.6 feet apart. If they get a little too farther than that, on average, they stop reproducing successfully. And densities are way below that, some of these crashes. And so that's what led to this whole regulatory history of White Abalone. I don't think I spent a year on this stuff, but nobody wants to hear that. But I was on the advisory team when we did the data analysis to kind of provide information to the federal government, decide if it needed to be listed. There was a federal status review team of people which eventually resulted in this listing as an endangered species in 2009. And that triggered a whole bunch of things. And you heard about the White Abalone program. We have a requirement which species is listed to try to recover those species. And so that led to a couple things. One, protecting their habitat. So this is the critical habitat for abalone. And then ultimately, the development of a recovery team, the Black Abalone Recovery Team, the BART. I'm currently on that just recently. And the idea of that is to develop a recovery plan, which they did in 2020. So I'm going to mention some elements of that. So we published a paper as a result of that listing under the Endangered Species Act, because the actual document federal document is pretty boring, so this is more just regular scientific paper, which is a little less boring. But it's online if you want to walk it. But what I did is I got data from every study that people have done on White Abalone, which was a lot actually, summarized it. I also looked at the commercial fishery, and you can tell from just some of these blocks that most of the fishery was in the Channel Islands for White Abalone, some on the mainland, and it was declining over time. But this is kind of the summary of the coastline from Baja up to Santa Cruz and the amount of decline and over time. So literally it started in Southern California, it spread to Central California, and then it basically has stopped at the Monterey County line. And that's largely due to temperature. But also densities are much lower on this coast because there are sea otters. And so those two things seem to have interplayed. And so right now it's still kind of, that's where the line is. You know, but of course the planet's warming, remember, it's temperature related, so that's always a concern. So the recovery plan that was developed out of the recovery team was literally to do just a few things. One, you want abalone everywhere it used to be. Two, you want that density up to where they can reproduce. Three, you want evidence of that you see babies, you know, coming in consistently. There's the broad distribution of size classes, which means it's a healthy population, and it's stable and increasing. And because Black Abalone ranged into Mexico, we have Mexican scientists on our team which are involved, and they're doing similar things, and it's really a fun committee to be on. And so part of the charge here is like to assess the moderate populations, sometimes do plans if there's danger to abalone, which means removals and protection, and I'll give you an example of some of that. And very importantly, to try to restore populations, get that density back up. But luckily what we're seeing also is that they're starting to come back on their own. So here's an update on the most current data. And this is Pete Ramundi's lab out of UC Santa Cruz is really doing the bulk of the work on the monitoring. Nathan Fletcher's, one of the leads on that. And so just to give you an idea, that is the critical density that we want to be at least above. And ideally, we think some of the target density should be closer to at least above 2. And that equates to them being less than like a half a foot apart, which is what we want. And so a couple of takeaways here. North Central California, that's a natural density. They're not abundant out there. And so that's normal. Central California, as we've seen, some of it's declined, some of it hasn't, so it's kind of doing okay. Southern California mainland is still struggling. There are places where you're starting to see recruitment, but not many. The Channel Islands, as I'll show you, is very spotty, but there are some places that are making spectacular comebacks, really, and some that are not doing anything. It's very patchy. And then in Baja, they're working pretty hard to try to get that up, but it's kind of the same thing as the Channel Islands. So here's one of the most recent studies to give you an idea of San Nicolas Island. San Nicolas is way offshore. It's protected, owned by the Navy, so nobody can take any abalone there. And it had incredibly high densities of black abalone. And here's the crash. And then notice in the last 5 to 10 years, there's some recovery going on. And actually the densities now get up to less than a half a foot apart, so they're actually doing really well. So you can, in some ways, you can think that place has recovered, which is great, but it's just one of many, unfortunately. But it's a trap. Here's some other pictures of recently in Northern California Channel Islands. So these are some things that are starting to look like, what I saw when I first went out there, and they're healthy populations. And that's really encouraging, and we don't know whether they have some resistance to disease, or we just had, haven't had a big heat wave down there, or things like that. I mean, the hope is, they're just tough. I mean, black abalone are tough, right? They're intertidal, they're in the waves, they beat up, they're in the open sun sometimes, They're really tough, which is why I love them. It's cool stuff. And some of the other things that they've done, you probably may have heard about this with the Mud Creek landslide, buried a bunch of abalone habitat. They're an endangered species. There's an obligation to do something about that. And so there was a group sent down to kind of recover some that were buried and then translocated them down the coast to better habitat. And that was a rescue operation. Probably people here know was involved, Fish and Wildlife, and UC Santa Cruz, a bunch of others. The other thing that's recently happened, and this is basically the last part of this, is restoration efforts. So you may have read about this in the news. Just 2 years ago, they transplanted almost 250 abalone from Santa Cruz Island to near Point Conception in the Danger Pond Reserve. And so that's the idea, is to see if we can up that density by artificial restoration. So this is both an effort to do that, but equally important was to learn about how well that works. Unlike white abalone, we haven't really explored captive breeding as much. Simply, they're very tough to get the spawn, and they're very broadly distributed. So there's some healthy populations still that are providing recruitment to faraway populations, and so that seems to be their avenue, so to kind of jump on and enhance that. And so after they've done this, they monitor it, and after 2 years, and we just had a report back in February at the last meeting we had, 80% of those are still there. So they're doing well, and very importantly, the abalone that were there have not been impacted. They're stable, so you don't want to impact the local population, you just want to enhance it. And so they seem to be doing quite well. So that's success, and we learned a lot from that. And so in summary, black abalone have been a vital part of our culture for many years, and a lot of people have experienced them and enjoyed them. They are an endangered species. Declines have happened for a variety of reasons, overharvesting, poaching, disease, sea otters, climate change. Part of what will be interesting as sea otters move into the Channel Islands, you're going to have a clash of two endangered species. Sea otters and black abalone, they're not compatible. And so how that gets resolved is going to be very interesting. And I don't think abalone are the ones that are going to come out on top, but we'll see. And we are seeing some natural recovery, and we're doing some restoration, but they're still at risk of extinction, given some of the dynamics I've explained. So that's why they remain endangered. So this is kind of my other life, and now that I'm retired, I get to really enjoy lots of things. I'm writing science fiction too, so it's great. But one of the things I wanted to do is, I've always been fascinated with the abalone song, as part of that culture, and I wanted to develop a film to kind of honor that, to capture that moment. And so, if you know anything about this, and again, we have Dr. Dunn this afternoon is going to explore this in much more detail than I know, and I've used his work to understand this. But, in Jack London's Valley, they talk about the clan of the abalone eaters, and it's based on what they really did with George Sterling and Carmel in the early 1900s. So I just wanted to capture that moment in time, because it's this cultural relationship with abalone that people had at that moment. And then also, as part of the film, so I just didn't want to do that. I wanted to kind of reflect on where things were and where they're going, and thinking of all the things that kind of happened here, and capture that. So I wanted my message is how they live on. They're embedded in our culture and our history, and we've seen so many examples of that here. How important they are to people and to who we are and what we think about our spiritual existence, our rituals. Very, very important. So. And you can't do all that in much of a video, but you can try. And so as you have heard, the abalone song is a playful chant. It's supposed to be fun. When George Sterling started this, singing around campfires, pounding abalone. And the idea is that, and this is kind of the rules if you read Jack London's book, you really should only sing the abalone song when you're pounding abalone. Anything else is sacrilegious. And I, unfortunately, have violated that rule. You're also supposed to be in good company and high spirits. So those are the rules for the abalone song. And it's sung to the tune with Yankee Doodle Dandy, which in my video it's not going to be, but it make it work. So some folks boast of quail on toast because they think it's coney. But I'm content to own my rent and live on abalone. So imagine that, pounding, and not just one person, but a chorus of people. And then you make up other verses and jump in. We heard several of those, which is really interesting. So I used that, try to integrate that tune into my film, but it came out a little different. So anyway, you can check that for yourself. So the Abalone Song film I created with a combination of photos, modern, historical, but I also used artificial intelligence, generative AI, to fill in some of these things, to create the characters in the period, and however you may feel about that, it's a really good tool to promote conservation because it can capture that moment. And so what I created, my film, it's fictional. I'm not trying to show Jack London or George Sterling or anybody that might have been there. This is just kind of a fictional depiction of that, and capture that time. What I had to provide with AI, which is not simple, it takes a lot of effort to do this, especially the songs. You kind of have to give it the lyrics, which were the Abalone song lyrics. The song at the end, I wrote those lyrics, and you put it in, tell what kind of music you want, and then it's an iterative process until you kind of get where you are, then you have to mix all this together and edit it. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot of work. So some of the tools are really powerful. So for example, this photo I wanted to use, but it's not big enough, right? So I used what's called generative fill, which created that. Extrapolated to that. Then I used a video editor, which made it into that. And you have to tell it. Waves are washing over, seaweeds are swaying. You tell it these things, but it doesn't always give you what you want to. You do it over and over and over until you get it. But it's pretty amazing. So here's another one. I wanted to use this. I really wanted to show what they look like in person. And that makes them come alive. And then I went back to some of the historical photos like mine, and so it has some really nice and important application. So anyway, here it is.
For decades, I held to stone, felt the moon and the tides, knew nothing but the music of the sea, until the shadow came.
Some think that the Lord is fat and some think he is bony, but as for me, I think that he is like an abalone.
Oh, some drink rain and some champagne and whiskey by the pony, but I will try a dash of rye and a hunk of abalone.
The more we take, the more they make in deep-sea matrimony. Race suicide will ne'er be tied, the fertile abalone.
Oh, some folks boast of quail on toast because they think it's Tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone.
Oh, Mission Point's a friendly joint where every crab's a crony, and true and kind you'll never find the clinging abalone.
not flesh alone. Your memory rides the roaring sea, a song in tides eternally.
That was beautiful, so I appreciate it. But I had a more sciencey question. But early on, you started with the Chinese, and you showed this huge abundance back at those times. But I was thinking, what about the Russians and the loss of the sea otter? Could that be the primary reason we had such huge populations? And so we need to go back even earlier, maybe.
It could be.
That was just have you thought about that?
Yeah, I haven't, and that's a very good point. You know, but there's no records that I can think of that would document that. But that's they all certainly took abalone, I would think. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm not on the abalone, but the sea otter.
Yeah, well, they definitely.
And then, for sure. And
sure,
then
yeah.
They influenced the abalone population.
Well, absolutely. That's what was the main reason why they were so abundant, because not only were Native Americans forcibly removed as predators, but also sea otters. Absolutely. Yes.
Our festival has emphasized the young end of the abalone life cycle, but in appreciating the species, of course, it's the adult and then on through the full lifetime. So continuing with the more sciencey question, I'd like to ask if you would touch on probably 4 little modulated points that are really one question. If having abalone that are too far from each other, 4.5 meters, they don't end up breeding. Number 1, do they have or not a pheromone attraction going on in the sexual mating in the wild? Have they any instinct to actually gather at adulthood and beyond? And then have we had any long-term cameras observing wild mating? And then finally, beyond the main population, from 15 centimeters onwards, do we know anything about the curve of survival and into, I've been hearing from many people, over 100 years old individuals?
Okay, I'll try to remember all those. Let's see. We don't know of any abalone that are over 100 years old. I don't think they live that long. Blacks probably only live about 20 or 30 years, which is still very, very long. And if you notice in some of those pictures, all the abalone are white. Those are really old abalone. So once they get to a certain age, they stop growing in the shell. They make it thicker, but they don't get bigger. And part of that is they could be much, much older than that. So, what was your first question?
Well, do they move? They move slowly.
Yeah,
are they attracted to mate as adults?
There may be pheromones, but they aggregate, like a lot of invertebrates. If you look at urchins, sea cucumbers, a lot of things aggregate because they use that method of reproduction, broadcast fertilizer. So there's probably chemical cues they use to locate and aggregate with each other. I'm not really familiar with anything specific, but yeah, I think that's an important part of their biology, for sure.
But we don't know if they're attracted strongly enough to move in their life.
Well, if they get too far apart, they don't. That's it, and it's very dangerous for not wanting to move. They tend to, once they're an adult, they find a good habitat. Remember, they feed on drift seaweeds. They will graze locally, but they need that. So once they find a good spot, they tend to stay.
Completely sessile.
Yeah, they're pretty sessile. I mean, they will move if they want to. And I've seen a lot of it. I'd say 95% some of the abalone I would tag, and we come back. I mean, literally 10 years later, they'd be exactly the same spot.
You mentioned about that time of the warming of the ocean when the withering syndrome began. Same thing I think happened on the north coast in Washington with the razor clam, and it was infected with something called nuclear inclusion X. I don't know if they ever identified what it was, but it wiped out the razor clam population, and they're beginning to restore it. It's coming back. The other thing I was wondering is the translocation of the otter to St. Nicholas. Did that happen? Were they affecting the blacks as well as the reds?
Absolutely, they are affecting the blacks. Yeah, and that has been studied and measured. There's some papers like that, but there were still very high densities, even with the sea otter there. But they were still growing in numbers at that point. It was relative because it was mid 80s. They were there. Yeah. So, but that was a part of this whole mix, so it's hard to sort that out. I mean,
you show a beautiful animation of a white cab on there. Is that actual or is that AI?
Yeah, the White Abalone team's photos. Yeah.
That was taken by John Burgess, who's a photographer for the Press Democrat, Santa Rosa.
Yeah, I just took the photo and animated it. It really brings it to life. It's a beautiful animal.
I may have missed it, but is the withering the same withering that has affected the sea stars here?
No.
Or is it different, a different bacteria?
We still don't understand exactly what caused that. There were some early ideas about viruses and things like that. A lot of that's been dismissed. Unlike abalone that were kind of traveling up the coast, with the sea stars, it just happened all over the place. Kind of hit and miss. I was up in Humboldt, we were out in the field and they were just gone. Everything was gone, except for a few species that did pretty well, like bass stars. They seemed to be fine. Pycnopodia, still, some of our surveys in Mendocino and Sonoma, maybe you see a few little ones, that's it. They used to be all over the place. And so, yeah, again, this is, part of the tiny monsters of the sea narrative is that diseases like razor clam is starting to affect. As the world warms, as species get pushed out of their comfort zones and they're stressed, and ecosystems are not intact, we're starting to see diseases coming in, and these outbreaks are probably typical of what we're going to see more and more of, unfortunately.
So I'm a dentist. So from my perspective, it's like another pandemic in the animal kingdom.
I'm sorry.
Do you think of it as a pandemic?
Certainly the withering syndrome was. Withering syndrome was a pandemic, because it spread like everything. But, these are all kind of isolated, separate instances, but you're starting to see more and more of that coming together.
I'm wondering if you kind of see this more as just kind of standard evolution, because things are always changing and it's always hard to live through them when you're on the planet, because you're part of it and you're seeing things happen. But how do you feel about it? Is it a natural kind of thing, or you know what I'm saying?
How do I feel about them?
About looking at it as evolution.
Right.
Because I get sad when I hear things about disappearing and things changing, and I try to calm myself by looking at it as evolution, and I'm wondering if that happens to you or not.
Yeah, I think more and more of us starting to accept what's happening because we don't seem to be addressing it. And so you see that it's just changing. So this is a big part, abalone was such a big part of British culture. Well, that's probably not going to be true in the future. And yeah, we have to live with that. And unfortunately, I think there is things we can do about it, but it's more likely you just have to accept it and adapt, unfortunately. Thank you.
All right, with that, can everyone give Brian a round of applause? think people just appreciate all of the science and making it accessible for people also, how you presented the information out there. It makes it really accessible for people to understand everything there, so I appreciate that level of how you tied everything together, because that's important in today. With that, we're going to take a break, but everyone please remember that there's the White Abalone project here has a silent auction around, so please visit, contribute, and there are going to be matching dollars for everything that people donate. So put down something that you are interested in for our White Abalone project. Thank you, everyone. And we'll be back shortly. I'd like to also announce that we have on next Saturday, August 2nd, from 7 to 9, is the 21st annual Hiroshima Nagasaki Remembrance Peace Lantern Ceremony over at Lovers Point, Pacific Grove. So at 7 o'clock, we'll have lantern making and taiko drumming. 7:45 will be music and messages of hope and peace. And at 8:15, we're launching of Peace Lantern. So come on by to Lovers Point next Saturday from 7 to 9 p.m. With that, we have Stephen Riva coming in, and actually one of our books, and some of our books here in the Monterey Public Library, so if you want to check them out over there too.
Well, good morning, folks. I'm so glad you're here, and I appreciate the nice opportunity. There's one thing I want to mention that's been left out the last 2 days. Abalone is 20% protein and 2% fat, so it's a very healthy food. Many of my commercial diving associates live well into their 90s, and they explain a few things. Great source of protein. I wanted to preface my talk. My talk's going to be about Monterey Bay, and I wanted to start off talking about my friend Tim Thomas. I've known Tim several years, and I approached him a couple of years ago about doing a book on abalone diving, and he was a little reluctant at first. Took me a little while to communicate with him, but he finally took the bait and produced a really nice book. I inherited a really nice collection of photographs from a fellow named Glenn Bickford. He was from the Midwest, came to California in the 30s, started diving abalone in the late 30s, and he was an avid photographer. Took a lot of beautiful photographs, many of which are in our book. Also through Tim, I got to meet the great Sandy Leiden, who was here yesterday, a real favorite of mine. I told him when I met him, I said, I've got a collection of your books that I bought in a used bookstore years before I met him. So, very prolific author and a wonderful man. I wanted to talk a little bit about diving. This conference has really been wonderful. I learned so much, and I got to see a number of friends. Brian Tissot, for example, I've known, communicated with him for years, but never actually met him, so we finally met. And then many other people that are here the last couple of days have made some good friends. Last night I came to the White Abalone discussion, and I learned that they had lost their funding. Well, over the years I've done fundraising for Sea Grant and been successful. I coached wrestling for 25 years. A couple of years ago we needed money, so we had an all-you-could-eat Dungeness crab dinner at the Madonna Inn in San Luis Obispo. We grossed $40,000 in one night. That's something that can be done, especially with a wonderful product like seafood and even cultured abalone. I found an article a couple of days ago that there was an interview with me from 1990, and the first sentence in it was another commercial friend of mine. That he said, quote, "We used to be the good guys, not so much anymore." And I couldn't agree. That was 30 years ago, and yet it's even gotten worse. I used to work with the Department of Fish and Game biologists. We would have meetings and sit in their office for hours and talk about different details of abalone, and just wonderful camaraderie. I had great friendships with these men. I got to know their families and visited their homes, and that ended 30 years ago. I was on the Seattle recovery team as their abalone technical consultant for 11 years. That was 20 years ago. That's over. These days, the commercial fishery are the bad guys. We're blamed for virtually everything that went bad with abalone. And it's not supported by the literature, not supported by the landing statistics. Were there problems? Absolutely. But I look at the commercial men. I started diving when I was 9 years old in 1956. I started fishing abalone when I was about 12 at Cayucas. I fished there right up until the closure in 1997. I fed my family. I could always go up there and get my 2 legal abalone right to the end. Can't do that anymore. So it was a wonderful thing. I'd love to see it again. When I came to the program last night, I told the White Abalone folks that they've lost their funding. I told them about our fundraising efforts and offered to help them. I had these printed up a couple of years ago. This is a 12-inch abalone, if you've ever seen anything that large. The largest known specimen is even larger than this. And what I'm going to do is offer this. I'm going to put it on the table back here. If anybody would like to purchase this for a minimum $200 price, I'll donate that money to the White Abalone Project. And if I can do more, I'll do that as well. The only thing I'd ask from them and the academic community and the government community is please lighten up on the commercial men. We have a lot to offer. I have associates that have 20,000 hours underwater. I have one that has 40,000 hours underwater. That's 4.5 years of life he spent underwater. Is he invited to programs to speak? No. I'm pretty much ostracized from the debate anymore too. The Department of Fish and Wildlife now relegates us to our category as other. They don't even have the courtesy or the respect to put commercial divers on their program. So please, is anybody from the Department of Fish and Wildlife? How about the Fish and Game Commission? No? Well, that makes me very sad. In our book, I have a chapter about abalone research. I was very good friends with Keith Cox, Fish Bulletin 118 from 1962, which I think is probably one of the better publications on abalone by a government agency. I would encourage all of you, if you're interested, to find it and read it. But, you know, I had these great relationships, and I really miss them. So I think with that, we'll start the slideshow. For you, those of you that don't know Morro Bay, this is a beautiful shot, overhead shot of Morro Rock. You can see that in this photo there's no causeway. That was built in the 30s, and this is when Morro Rock was an island. Morro Bay is about 100 miles south of here on Highway 1. This is a similar picture of Morro Rock. Now the face of this rock is different now because they blew it off with dynamite and used that rock for the jetties and breakwaters around Morro Bay. But that's what the rock looked like originally when it was an island. Now for the Japanese fishermen, this is from 1911 at Cayucas. These are men unloading their abalones at the beach of Cayucas. So they certainly had a presence down there. There's still a lot of Japanese families in that area down there. They have beautiful farms and grow strawberries and artichokes and such. Okay, next. 1928, an enterprising family called the Pierce family, the Pierce brothers, started fishing abalone. This picture, I think, is at Cayucas around 1928. It's Bill Pierce, dressed in, ready to get in the water. He's got his bag. You can see a compressor in the background there. He's actually walking into the surf over the reef structure into the water to pick his abalones. These are men of steel. They're just quite amazing. Here next. This was one of the brothers, Wimpy Pierce. They all had wonderful nicknames. And But this is Wimpy's boat. It's a Japanese boat. 1940 is the date on it. But this is when, see, the first year they didn't have a boat. They were diving off the beach. Next year they got reality and bought a boat. This man here was my oldest and dearest friend. I met him when he was 17 and I was 7 down in San Diego. I was born on Santa Catalina Island in 1947. The day I was born, my dad went commercial abalone diving. And so when he arrived at the hospital, I tell people the first aromas was mom, then dad, and on the way in he stopped at San Clemente and bow hunted a goat, and then abalone. So those are the first 4 aromas of my life. Laddie was really a special guy. He's in his early 20s here. I kind of think of him as our version of Roy Hattori. If you look at the various populations, from the Native Americans to the Chinese and then the Japanese, white guys were the last ones to the party. But Laddie, he was from New York. His uncle Jimmy was a commercial diver in San Diego. And after Santa Catalina, we moved to San Diego area in 1951, and then to Monterey Bay in 55. Laddie followed us up there in 1957. But in this picture here, he's probably about 21. So he's similar to Roy Hattori in that regard. But when the sea otter took out the abalone at Monterey Bay in the early 60s, Laddie was one of the young guys, and there was a few others. They all moved south back to Santa Barbara area. And in Summerland, they were building the offshore oil rigs down there, and they needed divers. And so some of these divers started working with the oil companies. Laddie founded a company called CalDive initially, and then his next company was called Oceaneering, and then Oceaneering International. The last couple of years, Oceaneering has been working with NASA on spacesuits and helmets for the trip to Mars. So this is my point with the academics and the government people. We have a lot to offer. We have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of experience, and we have a lot of good ideas. I got to meet Dr. Kathy Sullivan a few years ago. Sylvia Earle introduced me to her. She was the first U.S. woman to walk in space. And she was in training in Santa Barbara. We were all working out of the same office at the time. And she was being trained by Sylvia's husband, Graham Hawks, in submersibles and preparing for her spacewalk. So I've encountered other astronauts along the way. We have such a wonderful history, and all this evolved out of abalone diving. Okay, for those of you who don't know heavy gear, this is a good example of heavy gear diving. It's as cumbersome as it is and how it looks. The diving equipment is actually very warm. You wear wool underwear under it, and it's very safe and very comfortable. In modern times, yesterday they were showing the images of Roy Hattori, and they showed his hose and they showed a safety line that was attached. Well, a gentleman named Al Hansen back in the 40s started installing stainless steel cable inside the air hose as a safety line. The worst thing that can happen to a diver is being wrapped or cut off, or his hose is cut by a propeller or some other object. And without a safety line or some other way to get back to the surface, you're pretty much doomed. Abalone Bill Pierce, who was shown in that first picture on the beach, he died that way. He was wrapped, his hose was wrapped under the boat, and he couldn't swim, and nobody on the boat could swim, and he drowned. So things like that did happen. This is another image of heavy gear and what's called a Barney bag, that bag. Nobody knows where that name came from, but they're typically called Barney bags. This is another boat with quite a nice load on it. You see the ladder on the left side, on the port side. It's used by the diver to enter and exit the water. Okay, these are boxes that were used by Frank Brebs, who was an abalone diver processor at Monterey Bay, and he invented these wax boxes, which I have several up here on the stage that you can look at. They came in 5-pound units, and it really helped market the abalone. I think that's the last of our slides. I wanted to point out also some of these books up here that, this one, for example, was a book by Bob Kirby, who's another commercial abalone diver. Hard hat divers wear dresses. I think it's available still through the Historical Diving Society website. But Bob is a very dear friend. He's one of the guys I met back when I was a child. Brian cited this book, which is, if you'd like to look at it, it's really a terrific book. Buzz Owen was just a wonderful friend, and another one that was a commercial abalone diver originally. The next one there is Diving the Devil's Crown. That one's about the Farallon Islands. It's a self-published book, but it's really good for anybody that's interested in the Farallons. Place like some parts of the Channel Islands we refer to as Shark Park. There's really big ones out there. Next book is by Scrap Lundy. Scrap was a Special Forces diver and then a commercial abalone diver. Very good book on the history of abalone diving. Next one is the book by Keith Cox, Fish Bulletin 118, one of my personal favorites. Next is one by Torrance Parker, another commercial diver. This one does have a chapter in it about diving abalone, but it's mostly about diving technology in the United States. But Torrance was a commercial diver back in the 30s and 40s. So anyhow, it was a wonderful history. It was a wonderful life, working on the water. I was learning heavy gear diving as a teenager. I never really got to participate in that part of the fishery because otters came along. And as businessmen, we have to be successful. We have to go out and find our product, or we have to build things, or we have to earn that money. If we're not successful, there's the highway, you're fired. Academics and government, I know they have their own financial problems, but they're living off of grants and things like government largesse. And the problem is that, for me, I'll use Dan Miller as an example. He was a fish and game biologist, a good friend. He wrote a paper back in the 70s about marine protected areas, and he cited Point Lobos. And what he produced was that to have a marine protected area and have it successful, you needed 3 components. You needed clean water, you needed control on human use, and you needed control on marine mammals. Well, I did a little assessment a couple of weeks ago on marine protected areas between here and Southern California, dozens of them. Some kind of work. A lot of them don't work. The ones between here and, say, Point Conception, they don't work very well because there's no control on the marine mammals, meaning sea otters, who, at Cayucas, where I started fishing when I was a teenager, when I go there now and survey on low tides, I don't even find broken shells. I don't find even shell debris anymore. You're gone. Now there's some pockets, there's some areas that will have some protected abalone, and others not. It's not completely across the board, but I can't dive anymore, and I haven't surveyed the coast to really see what's going on, but between here and Gaviota now, there's not much. There are some pockets, but one spot I've gone to, Cayucas, for the last 60 years. Last time I was there, I found about 6 purple urchins down in holes. They grind holes into the rock. I didn't even see starfish. I didn't see crabs. Mussels? No. You go down here, Doc Ricketts, I think, would be shocked if he saw what happened here. I don't even see mussels or barnacles or anything on the piers anymore. Otters they're very prolific in their consumption of seafood. The first one I ever saw was 1957. I was probably 9 or 10 years old. And the diver, we didn't know what they were. We saw them swim by the boat. It was like, what's that thing? Well, you go down to the bottom and you find these eviscerated abalone, meaning that they take a rock, they break a hole in the shell, they eat the guts, and they leave the meat to die. And we were finding these abalone, the meat was still in the shell, but they were dying. And it was pretty shocking initially, and then that became the pattern all the way down the coast. So the department, unfortunately, these days is blaming everything bad on abalone on the commercial divers and omitting their own scientific literature. And I would really appreciate it if the academic community and the government community would please lighten up and invite us back. We have a lot to offer, but it's pretty hard to get an invitation anymore. So I think with that, if there's questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Did you dive the Fairlawns?
I never wanted to.
Repeat the question.
Did I ever personally dive the Fairlawns? No, never did that. It's a pretty rugged place to be. And there was about 20 divers that worked out there over the years, in the past years. And they tended to carry Glocks. They had a holster sewn into their wetsuit right here. And they carried Glocks. And one of the divers had been a Vietnam-era tunnel rat, and he was a gunsmith. So he had modified the weapon so that it'd shoot underwater. His warning was, make sure your head is above the surface when you pull the trigger.
I work in security, and for decades now, there's been an enormous amount of tension between government, between academics, between commercial. And I just heard exactly the same pattern that I've been living with for 30 years, just in a different space. And I keep thinking of where are the common grounds? And I keep finding people who profit from dividing people against each other. And that's, from my personal experience, it's that there are individuals who profit personally, politically, from keeping groups that should be collaborating from doing so. And I'm just curious if that was something that you saw in your space as well.
Well, I saw it last week that the Fish and Game Commission had their Marine Subcommittee meeting, and they're working on a red abalone restoration plan, they're calling it now. And they had a category of individuals that were to be contacted. They had the NGOs and they had various other types. The commercial men weren't even included. We kind of fit into the category called other. It's so disrespectful. I mean, the role of a commercial fisherman is to feed people. Like I said, we used to be the good guys. Now we got the black hats, and it's not a fair arrangement. It's not, I was talking to the young man that was here last night from Sea Grant. Well, besides working just for Sea Grant, he's a cattle rancher. So he understands agriculture. And he said, yeah, I got the same problems with cattle. You know, people don't seem to know where their food comes from. And I was in the Army for 6 years. I had my training at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. They taught us how to eat bugs. Okay, so not really appetizing, but they're high protein. You can survive on them. So I guess the answer is let them eat bugs.
While you guys are walking up, I'm going to give another verse from our fabulous Abalone songs. This is from Vice Admiral U.S. Navy, H.A. Wiley, 1924. Abalone, abalone, you are a treat to me. We greet you, then we eat you. May you grow in every sea. With that, we're going to welcome up Mr. Eric Palmer. And I know Eric has created a number of videos really highlighting here of Monterey peninsula, and I appreciate working with him. He's a friend of mine, and I appreciate everything he does here to support Monterey. And welcome, Eric.
Thank you so much for coming, and thanks for inviting me here. I made a film about 9 years ago and about Abalone, and it's really short, and I'll try to keep my remarks short. I know you guys all want to go to lunch, but here's a little bit of a. I also wanted to thank and congratulate the Monterey JACL for 100 years in this building. I'm a big architecture fan. I'm an architectural review commissioner for the city of Monterey. I'm not an architect at all, but I just appreciate architecture and my filmmaking and my passion for history and architecture as a documentarian got me that position. And I've admired this building for so long, and I'm just really appreciative of the JACL for preserving this history. A year ago, I was walking by. Tim Thomas is a friend of mine, and I was just catching up with him, and I had no idea that we have this beautiful museum, the Heritage Museum. That was the first time I got to see it about a year ago. Just so thrilled to see that, and just thank you to Tim. I moved here when I was 18 to go to CSUMB. I recently turned 40, so I've been here for a while. And during that time, I met Tim about 20 years ago. I just really loved history. I moved from a place called Redondo Beach in Southern California, and that place has no sense of history whatsoever. So when I came here, we have like one Victorian that they saved, and it's like this special Victorian. When you come here, and I just saw Victorians in every street, it's just so funny. And I never knew anything about Redondo Beach either. I never knew what there's no interpretation. You walk around Redondo Beach, and you don't know anything about what industries were there, or any kind of history at all. When a house is sold, they tear it down, and they build 4 homes. So that's why when I moved here, just walking the streets as a really curious, budding documentary filmmaker, just to see so many special buildings and so much history. It woke up something in me. And so when I started to study documentary film at CSUMB, there's just a wealth of knowledge here. And the city of Monterey was looking for somebody, an intern, to make videos about the city of Monterey. And they could tell that I was passionate about it. And then to discover we had something called the California History Room at the Monterey Public Library. It's such a special resource for all of us. And to have, for me, it was such a wealth of knowledge. I had a historian there, and I pointed this building. What's this building to the historian? And he'd be like, oh, here's a treasure trove of photos, right? And anyway, they liked what I was doing there, and what got me interested in Abalone is a couple of things. First of all, what you notice about a lot of historic interpretation, it's always from the eyes of people in power, right? So when you look at who has statues, it's explorers or people who have conquered areas. Those are where we hear the official story from. So we had an idea about 15 years or so ago to interview residents that have been here for a long time. We called it Shades and Stories of Monterey. And one of the people that I had the honor of interviewing was Roy Hattori. So in the Monterey History Room, you can find a couple-hour interview with him. So he was one of many people that we documented. And of course, that story was interesting. And of course, when I'm walking around in Monterey, I didn't know anything about Abalone coming from Los Angeles County. And you see it just decorated. You see the debris in the soil, and you just see it everywhere. And I was just so fascinated by this, and the fact that here's a sea snail that cost you $50 to go eat at a restaurant. What's the deal with that? And then to talk to Roy Hattori and to get that, to get his files, to see the divers was just like, and I got my scuba diving certification while I was at CSUMB, so to interview him was really special. And then when I learned we had abalone farming under the wharf, that was just something that blew my mind too. And the fact that they only grow an inch or two a year. I'm not an expert on abalone, tell me if I'm wrong here, but the fact that they're sitting there for years and years and years growing and growing, the patience with that kind of business model is just so fascinating to me. So of course, I went straight to the abalone expert himself, Tim Thomas, and interviewed him and made a little film just to answer all my questions. And luckily I had a job that I could ask questions and find the experts and make films about. And so I'm really happy to have been able to be a filmmaker here, and hope I enjoy my film.
There's about 100 different species found around the globe, and the California red is the largest species of all. Monterey is right in the middle of its neck of geographic range.
Well, the first real abalone fishermen, and really the first abalone divers, were the native people, the Indian people of Monterey, who were the Araucanian people. And we know that because of burials coming out of the ground in recent years. Because a lot of the males have what's known as surfer disease, which is little bony growths that grow opening every year, spending a lot of time in the cold water of the Monterey Bay. Abalone's been a very important part of their life. They ate it, they used the shell to make tools like fish hooks and shovels and bowls. They used the shell to decorate baskets, to make jewelry. It was beautiful, that iridescent color. Native people from all over the United States were even getting abalone shells, mostly from California, to put into their regalia and their clothing that they're wearing. And abalone, as I said, is a very important part of their life.
Well, its appeal as a food item is how delicious it is. It has a kind of, it's a cross between veal and lobster, and it has a really nice white meat that has a kind of a nutty flavor, depending upon how it's cooked. It's delicious, and it's something that's highly prized everywhere, every culture. The Japanese love it. And in other cultures, they eat it raw, and they have a lot of ways of preparing it. It's very, very important to them. It's people who are of Asian descent know what abalone is. They've eaten it all their lives. Many Americans are exposed to it only on the west coast of California. The wharf is historic in itself. I think it is one of the oldest commercial working wharfs in the state of California. The abalone fishery began right here in Monterey, or at least the commercial abalone fishery.
Well, abalone as a food item for Westerners really didn't take off until the turn of the century. No one quite understood what to do with it. I mean, there were Japanese divers that came from the 1890s that saw this incredible abundance of abalone in the bay out there. In fact, it was described in leather as being a carpet of abalone. Nobody was doing anything with it. The reason nobody was doing anything with it because nobody knew what the heck you're supposed to do with it. But the Japanese, who dealing with abalone for centuries, they did know what to do with it. And they were gathering it, they were diving for it. Originally with on the divers, free divers, little white cotton outfits, no breathing apparatuses. And then helmet divers came with the big heavy brass helmets and the canvas suits. And so there were, by 1920, there were 9 different companies operating off this wharf here. And they would go out for 3 days at a time in the spring, in the summer. A diver would go into the water about 9 o'clock in the morning. He'd be down there until 12 o'clock, gathering abalone. And then he'd come up 12, have lunch, 12 o'clock, go back down, and then gather more abalone. And each boat would come in after those 3 days with about 150 to 200 dozen large red abalone. And then there were processing plants here on the wharf, again, all Japanese, right here in Monterey. Initially shipping it to Asia, mainly to Japan, but also to China, to Hawaii and Australia. But that's where the market was for it. Mostly in California, no one quite understood what to do with it. And they tried different ways to cook it. They actually put lye on it to soften it up a little bit. And they baked it. It was still pretty tough. So it wasn't until during the restaurateur, later Hopper and his daughter, who came to Monterey in 1907, actually opened his first restaurant on Alvarado Street. And fasting was out, you think. Couldn't figure out why nobody was eating it. So he brought it to his restaurant, began to experiment with it, and finally came up with this famous recipe where you slice the foot, because that's what you're eating when you're eating abalone, is the foot, pound it to make it nice and soft. And you run it through egg wash, pepper crumbs, and cook it up quickly in olive oil or butter. And soon people came from all over to eat fresh abalone steaks in his restaurant. Restaurant. In fact, there were two restaurants in the building. There was a lower level that catered to the working class, upper level that catered to the Hotel Del Monte class, the rich class, and then abalone steaks, abalone stews. Used to serve the stew in the shell. They filled the holes of the shell with lead. Abalone salads, and he was known for the abalone. He was world famous for the abalone. Everywhere people would come to his restaurant to eat it when they came to Monterey. People would pack his restaurant. They would sing songs and write poetry about abalone. Some folks boast the quail on toast because they think it's Tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone. George Sterling wrote that in his guest books in 1913. Monterey Bay was the epicenter of abalone in the 1920s and 30s. In 1929, almost $1 million in revenue was brought in. 75% of it right here in Monterey.
Very bountiful fishery of wild abalone, and we didn't know much about the biology, and essentially we overfished them beyond numbers that they could sustain in their next generation. So in 1997, the California Department of Fish and Game completely closed the commercial fishery in the state waters. In California, we have 7 species. All of them are at some level of protection these days. So there was a point in time, it wasn't very long ago, that we used to be able to go down to the rocks and low tide and pop these things off with tire irons. And it's what the foreman ate because he couldn't afford to buy steaks. So with the fishery closed, it obviously opened the door for operations like Monterey Abalone Company. Underneath this wharf, we feed them a diet of giant kelp, mainly, and other mixed algae, mostly reds. We're a very unique abalone farm as far as go. We're utilizing the infrastructure of an existing municipal wharf. So our farm is built underneath the wharf, provides shade for the abalone, which is a good thing for the abs, we're basically in the open ocean. We're not in an enclosed marina, which would be a high risk. You have to look at our farm to understand that that was completely unoccupied, unusable space before we set up. How else could that space be used? Is anyone's guess, but we certainly utilize it, and it's a real special place in my heart. And so here I am farming abalone, bringing it back to the dinner table.
It's a very creative use of space. Really, all the abalone live under the wharf in space that would otherwise not be usable for anybody, let alone a business. It's very unique and creative in that way. And then as an aquaculture facility, it's really fulfilling a niche in the seafood market, and we are just really proud of them, frankly, that they have done this in such a sustainable and clean manner. Both in the kelp harvesting they do very carefully in by hand, and run a real clean operation under the wharf, and create what is really just a fabulous product.
And we have a lease with the Abalone Company, and one of the things that we provide is security. We have both 24-hour person presence, and also we have a multiple camera system that surveys the area.
Not many cities, I think, would take the chance to do something like this. It was really forward thinking. We have a wonderful tidal surge here, and it keeps the water fresh and clean and oxygenated, and helps the abalone to really grow. So it's been here well over 20 years. It's something that's been very successful. It's something that is sustainable. We tried from the beginning to make the business work like Mother Nature. We feed the abalone exactly what they eat. We keep them in the water that they live in ordinarily. There's nothing added. There's no steroids. The abalone don't grow really fast. It takes a long time, about an inch a year for them to grow. But our business has been successful. I want everybody to know that this is a great thing that's happened here, and the people that are working here today are keeping alive the tradition of Monterey being a center for red abalone. And you go to local restaurants, you can still eat abalone, and this is one.
Really, since it was constructed, both the wharf and the warehouse building in 1926, it's centered around commercial fishing. And overall, the city of Monterey has been very supportive of its commercial and recreational fishing industries for many, many years. It's really part of the culture of this community, and extremely important to the larger tourism economy. People want to see the fishing boats, they want to eat fresh local seafood.
In fact, I almost forgot I made this until Tim was like, "Oh, we're having a Monterey Abalone Festival, and do you want to share your film?" I'm like, "Oh yeah."
I didn't forget it.
Yeah, I know. I'm so happy that Tim didn't forget, and I get to see my art still. It still makes me happy looking at it. I'm still proud of it. Haven't seen it in a long time, many years, and just glad my art can live on and still teach people about a really important part of our history. And thank you for the invitation.
All right, everybody, we're going to come back at 1 o'clock. I'm going to leave us with an Armin Hansen quote. For people that know, Armin Hansen was an artist out here.
He helped John Popper on his menu.
And it was, this is a little different, but it's, here we are, mid highballs high, rye. Some take the queen and bourbon. Friend Percy speaks of sterling wise, but for me, old shied 'em dry. So he did his poem regarding alcohol. So enjoy your lunch, everybody. Come on back here at 1 o'clock and start the program. Thank you.
The museum.
Thank you. The museum will be open downstairs. If you have not checked it out, go on downstairs to the Japanese American Heritage Museum.
Morro Bay was once hailed as the abalone capital of the world. In the 1930s, a handful of local men started the Morro Bay abalone industry, diving down to find abundant abalone covering the underwater reefs. The Central Coast was a rich area for mainly red abalone, the largest of about 100 abalone species worldwide. In its natural state, most red abalone are well camouflaged with marine growth, adhere to rocks, and eat mostly kelp. From the early 1900s to 1962, according to the State Fish and Game Department, over 110 million pounds of abalone were landed in Morro Bay. That's about 2 million pounds per year. The first abalone fishermen were the Native Americans. Coastal Indians shore-picked and ate abalone, and used the beautiful iridescent shells for fish hooks, jewelry, and ceremonial objects. In the mid-1800s, Chinese immigrants flooded into California for the gold rush. In Chinese culture, abalone was highly prized, highly desired, and highly regulated. Peasants were banned from harvesting it. So the Chinese, very familiar with this Asian delicacy, were astounded and delighted to find the California shoreline carpeted with abalone, free for the picking. In 1853, a leading San Francisco newspaper described this Chinese abalone rush. Hundreds of struggling bands of Chinese had recently taken Monterey by storm, setting up beach camps to harvest, dry, pack, and ship California abalone off to Asian markets. Locally, on June 24, 1876, a front-page San Luis Obispo Tribune article noted that a Chinese junk was prospecting the waters off the Central Coast for abalone. Mr. Spooner, the wharfiger at Monterey Bay, took note of the 10-man, 20-ton vessel painted all black. The Chinese prospered as rock pickers for 40 years, until the 1880s, when Congress excluded Chinese immigration to the U.S., and a 1900 ban on commercial shallow water abalone fishing put them out of business. Soon after, the Japanese started immigrating to the U.S. Undaunted by these new regulations, Japanese fishermen began diving for abalone growing in deeper water below the shorelines, at first free diving. These two Japanese free divers, shown around 1897, may be the first two commercial abalone divers in California. Their traditional divers' clothing was soon replaced by helmets and suits, better suited for the much colder California waters. Hard hat diving revolutionized the commercial abalone industry. The first abalone harvests were shipped to Japan until 1913. That's when exporting the shellfish became illegal. Soon after, though, fried abalone steaks were a big hit at the 1915 World's Fair in San Francisco, and the popularity of abalone boomed in the U.S. Until the late 1930s, Japanese divers filled the U.S. demand for abalone steaks. From the 1890s through the 1930s, Japanese from Monterey-based Point Lobos Canning Company were harvesting abalone from boats off our Central Coast, many operating out of Port San Luis. These Monterey-based Japanese divers were very important because they sparked the imagination of Monterey Bay men, who followed in their footsteps and started abalone diving too. By 1905, Point Lobos Canning Company was drying abalone locally harvested by Japanese boats on racks on the beach north of the Cayucas Pier. The big white building on the end of Cayucas Pier that you see here was actually built in 1903 for a short-lived abalone processing operation. Japanese hard hat diving died out early in World War II when the U.S. government deported Japanese abalone divers, and discrimination forced American divers of Japanese ancestry into internment camps. From the Great Depression of the 1930s onward through the mid-1970s, when there was little industry in Monterey Bay, the abalone industry gave many residents a way to earn a decent living and be their own bosses. Bill Pierce was the founder of the Monterey Bay-based abalone industry, one of the first Euro-Americans to follow in the footsteps of the Japanese abalone divers. Bill Pierce was the oldest of 10 children. His remarkable California frontier-style family, his father was German and his mother was a Salinan Indian, survived by living off the land. Around 1922, Bill Pierce wandered into Monterey Bay. To survive, he and a young crew that included his many younger brothers and cousins started plucking abalone from the shoreline at low tide. The Pierce crew also gazed out at the Japanese offshore in their boats, deep sea diving for abalone in heavy diving gear. Bill Pierce saw an opportunity and decided to learn from the Japanese. He laid claim to some of the abundant bounty just offshore. In 1928, Bill Pierce buys heavy diving gear. This truly amazing 1928 photo shows Pierce after a successful abalone dive, for which he walked into the water from the beach. His metal helmet and breastplate, heavy rubberized canvas suit, and lead-soled shoes weighed at least 150 pounds. Bill's brother Les Pierce is holding one of a couple bags full of abalone called Barney or goodie bags. Each could hold about 5 dozen abalone. His brother Dutch Pierce is holding Bill's helmet, and another man, T-Bone, is manning the hand-powered air pump. According to Bill Pierce's sister-in-law, Vera Pierce, the Japanese who started the abalone business were actually more interested in the beautiful shells. She says, by 1930, Bill had bought a boat and opened up Pierce Brothers' abalone shop in Morro Bay. This is the Pierce Gang Processing Shop, the first in Morro Bay. The sign above the Pierce shop says, A. Palladini Abalone Packers, San Francisco. That was a large seafood company the Pierce brothers sold all their catch to. In the 1930s, the only place to unload abalone in Morro Bay was Stocking Pier, located in the Back Bay where Bayshore Village condos are today. These rare, amazing old images show the Stocking Pier in 1948 with the historically significant tugboat, the Alma, docked at the pier and the hillside covered with abalone shells. These abalone shells blanketing the Bayshore's bluff top, shown in 1938, are from the Pierce Brothers processing shop. Irvin Pete Stocking placed each shell upside down to stabilize the bluff. Today, you can walk down and see 2 old weathered wood pilings sticking up from the shoreline, the last remnants of the Stocking Pier. The nearby Pierce Abalone Processing Building at 580 Monterey Street is gone today. But the Morro Bay Maritime Museum on the Embarcadero has pieces of this shop, including the tin roof, which now graces the roof of the Morro Bay Maritime Museum information kiosk. The first underwater diving gear included a heavy canvas and rubber dress, a brass breast and shoulder plate, a 15-pound weight belt, shoes with lead soles weighing 20 pounds each, and a heavy sealed helmet. An onboard hose sent air southward, and the diver walked like a spaceman, filling sacks with abalone that were pried off the rocks with a 2-foot bar. The abalone dive boat crew usually included 3 or 4 men, a diver, the boat operator, a line tender, and maybe a deckhand. The line tender handled the air hose and the lifeline. That hose was about 130 feet long. The tender's main job was to minimize the chances of the air hose getting wrapped up in the propeller and cutting off the air supply. Abalone diving could be dangerous. In 1945, Bill Pierce drowned in a tragic diving accident off of Ragged Point.
He had a green crew. They got his hose caught in the prop, and they didn't know what to do. And before he could, get out of there, well, he run out of air and he died there.
Before Bill Pierce's terrible accident, during the early 1930s through World War II, Bill and the Pierce brothers taught other compadres their trade. This included 3 Revilla brothers and 6 Montgomery brothers who had all moved to Morro Bay from Texas. Another Pierce protege was 25-year-old Glenn Bickford, a farm boy who came out west from Iowa. Iowans had never heard of an abalone. In a letter home, which was printed in his hometown Iowa newspaper in 1936, Bickford told a fascinating story about learning to dive.
Dear folks, I guess it's about time I got around to writing you a letter. I don't know if I told you I am working for a different diver. Diving is a terrific strain on a man, and only the strongest and toughest can stand it. A good diver must have the endurance of a horse and a wonderful constitution.
According to Bickford, a diving dress is about as cumbersome a costume as anyone will ever hope to wear. He says his very first dive lasted only a few minutes.
It's a funny sensation being under the water for the first time. I put my nose against the neckpiece in blue, but my ears wouldn't pop. They felt as though there was a sharp pencil against each eardrum with a strong man pushing on it. I stayed down for about half an hour and learned to walk. You have to lean over till your head is about 2 feet from the ground and shove yourself ahead with your toes. When I came to the top, I had a terrific headache that lasted me for about 3 days.
However, Bickford's second dive was magic. He wrote home that the bottom of the ocean was indescribable, the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. He painted a picture of standing in a little gully that looked like a dry creek bed, with steep rock sides covered with seaweed every color of the rainbow.
The water was clear as crystal, and I could see clearly for about 20 feet. Once in a while, a big swell would go by, and all the seaweed would lie down flat, then turn back and lie down the other way, and blow around like a feather in the breeze. All around were starfish and other fish. You wouldn't believe it. Schools of little fellows about 6 inches long went by and looked in the glass to see if they recognized me. Smaller ones about 1 inch long went by like swarms of bees, thousands of them.
After looking and looking for abalone, Bickford said he was delighted when he finally spotted one in a crevice.
I hung over him and gloated over him for a while, and then shoved the bar under him and snapped him off the rock. As he lay there on the ground belly up, I was as thrilled as the day I shot my first rabbit.
Bickford goes on to say that diving is a tough way to make a living, even for the toughest.
After a couple of weeks of good weather, working every day, the divers all get screwy as a bunch of pet coons.
Bickford is referring to the effects of the bends or decompression sickness, another danger early divers especially faced. In the 1930s, there was little or no knowledge of decompression sickness. Bickford from Iowa's greatest gift to Morro Bay may be the many photographs and film he took documenting the early abalone diving industry. Much of the underwater film you see in this program was recorded in the late 1950s by Bickford when he worked as a diver for the California Fish and Game Department. The divers you see in this video are either Bickford or Fish and Game biologist Keith Cox, taken during an abalone survey of the entire California coast. Many of the early ab industry photos, including those of the Pierce brothers, were taken by Bickford. Another early Morro Bay abalone diver was Frank Brebs, who started working with Bill Pierce when he was a young man in 1933. Brebs eventually built California's biggest abalone harvesting business in Morro Bay. He started with one boat, the Hornet, and by the 1950s, Brebs became a top-producing diver and opened a large ab and fish processing shop and fish market. The growth of the Morro Bay abalone industry uplifted the economy of Morro Bay. Starting with the Pierce Brothers abalone processing shop, eventually there were up to about 10 family-owned abalone shops in Morro Bay. This abalone fishery kicked off what later became a thriving Morro Bay fishing industry in the 1960s and the 1970s. Around Morro Bay and up and down the coast in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, abalone was on the menu at many seafood restaurants. And fried breaded abalone was a common local family dinner. Mountains of abalone shells grew outside processing shops and all along the coast. Here we see a 1944 Life magazine article about a fresh-caught abalone picnic in Hollywood. In the 1950s and 60s, as the early divers retired, more men decided to become abalone divers, and crewmen and abalone boats increased. It was the best of times for an ab diver, a community of pals and buddies who could all make a lucrative living catching a seemingly endless resource. Laws and regulations governing harvest were few, and life on the ocean was a life of one's own. The per-landing limit allowed making 2 or more landings per day, time permitting, and the Department of Fish and Game enforced no annual limit. For example, in the 1960s, a good abalone diver could bring in an average $150 to $200 a day. That's about $1,200 to $1,600 in today's dollars. The season did close 2 months a year, and weather didn't allow for diving sometimes. Divers were fortunate to work 14 days a month. Another abalone diving business of note in Morro Bay in the 1950s was a group of fishermen known as the Black Fleet. Owner and processor Barney Clancy generally had about 5 boats. He bought paint at the war surplus shop and painted his boats black with red trim. Each boat harvested about 200 dozen abalone a week. Local abalone and fishing industry advocate and historian Steve Rebuck's father was a diver in the Black Fleet. By the 1960s, Rebuck estimates there were up to 300 abalone divers locally and about 100 boats operating in Morro Bay and Port San Luis. Many women also earned a living in the Morro Bay abalone industry. These hard-working women included Edie Pierce, one of the pioneering Pierce family. Edie was a fixture on the waterfront for decades. Edie was one of the many abalone processors who moved around to various ab plants during the same day. Edie trimmed abalone with a curved knife that she sharpened using a jade stone. The abalone fishery was gradually changing in the second half of the 1900s. In the 1960s, the boat crew got smaller, a diver and an operator tender. Diving gear became more modern. Also, in the late 1960s, a radical new style of dive boat was designed. The Radden was built specifically for abalone diving by Ron Radden Sr. of Morro Bay. The Radden family had moved to Morro Bay in the mid-1960s. Radden became a successful ab diver. So successful, he earned the nickname Superman. With help from his sons, Radden created a dive boat that was faster, more efficient, and more seaworthy in bad weather. By the early 1970s, most divers either had or planned to have a Radden boat. Radden's son, Don Radden, started his own Radden boat building operation in 1996 in Santa Barbara. By the early 1960s, abalone beds began to thin out. By the mid-1970s, abalone landings declined sharply. The last commercial abalone landing in Morro Bay was reported around 1980 because, according to State Fish and Game, the Morro Bay area abalone population was serially depleted. By the 1980s, the abalone fishery was in catastrophic collapse. Some of the divers transitioned to more traditional fishery catches.
When your mom makes tuna fish sandwiches, that's what it is.
But in an interesting twist, a part of Morro Bay ab divers' history that's not so well known, local divers played a big role in the very last chapter of the California abalone fishery story. After the Morro Bay ab fishery died out, many Morro Bay divers went south to Santa Barbara and kept diving. They roamed, charter members of a wider, single, friendly brotherhood of divers. They brought their experience and skill set, and, along with local divers, helped turn Santa Barbara into the last major ab landing and processing hub in the state. The Channel Islands increasingly became the last main source of commercial abalone in California. In another twist, much of the abalone landed in Santa Barbara was processed at the Pierce Brothers Fisheries Plant on Stearns Wharf by the same Pierce brothers who started diving in Morro Bay. In 1975, the Pierce Brothers plant processed 55% of the entire commercial abalone harvest in California. Also, to stay in business, many Morro Bay divers joined the fledgling sea urchin fishery in addition to abalone diving, or just switched totally to sea urchins. They harvested sea urchins around the Channel Islands, and they also went north to dive for sea urchins in the Point Arena area. This photo shows 18 boats diving for sea urchins at Arena Cove. The majority are Radden boats, and many of those divers are from Morro Bay. In the 1980s and 90s, despite the success of the remaining local divers, among the last in the state, the end of the Morro Bay abalone fishery story was near. This Department of Fish and Game graph of yearly commercial landings from 1916 to 2001 clearly shows the good harvest from 1950 to 1968, followed by a rapid decline. Surprisingly, in a final, somehow fitting twist, the Morro Bay abalone story came full circle. The Pierce brothers founded the Morro Bay abalone fishery, and they opened the town's first processing shop. Eddie Pierce, the son of the youngest of the original Pierce brothers, was one of the last local divers, and he opened the last Morro Bay processing plant.
Doing his thing on the mallet. Got a little country western music.
Eddie's father was legendary diver Skinner Pierce. Skinner Pierce was a diver until 1966, when he almost died from the bend.
I found out through the years, when I got the opportunity, what he was loving about it. It was something new every day, So as a young boy, watching him grow up, I wanted to be just like him. I wanted to do the same thing.
In 1983, a huge landslide shut down Highway 1 in Big Sur. Skinner was killed when his skip loader was swept from the road and buried by a massive mudslide. His body rests today just a few miles from where his oldest brother Bill died in a tragic diving accident about 40 years earlier. When Skinner died, his son Eddie Pierce was 26 years old. Eddie's dream of being an abalone diver finally came true in the late 1980s.
I was out of work at the time, and I was down shooting pool at Happy Jack's, Morro Bay, and in comes Mike Radden, and he had his sweatpants on, and Mike said, it was like I hadn't seen him in a long time, but he came right over there and was talking to me. I was going, God, I know this guy as one of the new modern day heroes, but besides him and Kenny Carnahan,
Yeah.
we're the only real abalone divers left, or the new generation of them. And what are you doing, Mike? He says, I just come in from a trip, but I lost my line tender. He says, you want to go? He says, you want to go to work for me? And I couldn't believe it. I says, you got to be joking. I'm thinking that he's asking me, and I go, He says, "This is perfect for you." And I said, "Don't even ask again. When do we start?" It only took a few months, and Mike says, "You're going to be a diver." And I'm thinking, can this dream really be coming true? And it did.
Pierce eventually got an abalone permit. Cost $30,000. In the late 1980s, Pierce and Mike Radden also opened the last Pierce Brothers processing shop. This little-known mobile shop was set up at Pierce's mother's small ranch on the outskirts of Morro Bay. Radden soon sold his share to entrepreneur Tom Weiss. The plant was the last in the state to sell fresh, frozen, wild California abalone steaks. Eddie's sister, Dee Dee Pierce, who started trimming in 1973, was their master abalone up-trimmer. Longtime master abalone pounder, Henry Brebs, was the Pierce shop pounder.
That mallet is what? It's made out of ironwood, and it's what, 30 years old? 35? Yeah. And this is the way abalone are pounded when they're done correctly.
Brebs' son, Larry, who now treasures that mallet, says his father was called Popeye because a pounder's right arm became unnaturally larger than their left. The shop sold every part of the abalone. Frozen abalone went to Hong Kong and Japan.
And we were selling all across the country to Chicago, to Vegas, north to the fancy restaurants in Carmel.
Ab trimmings went to the lobster fishermen, and the valuable shells were used on everything from the inlays on Gibson guitar necks to Levi shirt buttons. In the sunset of the commercial ab fishery, in the 1990s, the State Fish and Game Department made laws to protect the slow-growing abalone population. By 1997, the last legal red abalone was plucked from the Central Coast. That's when Fish and Game banned all commercial and sport abalone harvesting south of the mouth of the San Francisco Bay. Ironically, as the book closed on the Morro Bay abalone fishery story, the Pierce processing shop's best year ever was its last. And Eddie Pierce, one of the last commercial abalone divers in the state?
It basically broke my heart when they told me that I couldn't be a diver no more. But what I do have is I had that window, when the sun shined, and it gave me the opportunity to do what I felt like I was born to do.
In 2017, any abalone diving in the entire state was banned. Today, debate continues about why the abalone vanished. Fish and Game says that on the Central Coast, abalone declined due to fishing pressure from humans and the expanding sea otter population. Below Point Conception, blame is mostly shared by poachers, legal divers, and withering foot syndrome, a bacteria more common in warm waters. Some fishermen say the fishery was killed by poor government management of the abalone resource. As of today, due to declining population, no commercial or sport abalone diving is allowed anywhere in California. Today, abalone is an expensive delicacy on fine dining menus. Morro Bay's once thriving fishing industry started with abalone. The family names of divers who helped Morro Bay's working waterfront prosper live on in their descendants. Many still live in Morro Bay. once the abalone capital of the world.
So I know that it's been a long 2 days, and on our schedule, my good friend Jeffrey Dunn was supposed to come and talk about the Abalone League, which was a very unique baseball league that was in the 1930s. Mostly a bunch of artists. They had these quick rules. One of the rules we had to have, each team had to have at least one woman on their team. One of my ideas when we created this festival was to have kind of recreate the baseball, Abalone baseball, and have it played tonight across the street there, but that did not work out like we wanted to, but maybe next year we can do that. And Jeffrey's going to also talk about his work on George Sterling. Jeffrey's working on a history of a biography of George Sterling for a number of years now, and he does really good work on George Sterling. And we have one song, and there's Bohemians of Carmel. Jeffrey has been a little under the weather, so he's not going to be able to be here today, and I apologize for that. But I was honored today because in the front row here in front of me, Pat, when you raise your hand, in front of me is Pat Sand. Pat is the granddaughter of Popper and Stolzer, the Abalone King. Pat's daughter, Wendy, who was the great-granddaughter of Popper and Stolzer, Wendy's son was the great-great-grandson of Popper and Stolzer, the Abalone King. And I will tell you, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Abalone King and his invention of the Abalone Steak, his little restaurant in the spring of 1908. He made abalone dinners and took it to the world in 1915. So thank you for coming all this way and being part of I've had the opportunity to work with the family. Pat was so gracious to allow me to go through the family archives. She has a lot of material connected to the restaurant, including all the original guest books. You'll find all those abalone songs in there, and all kinds of different things. I had some on exhibit at the Maritime Museum, and I was involved with a museum in Tokyo, Japan. In 2008, we were able to bring some of that stuff from the restaurant to Japan, and we have one exhibit there, including some of Pop's original fez and that kind of thing. And there's a restaurant today that's still in Takayama that has been serving Popper and abalone today in Japan. So you guys should have it. So what we're going to do now is, this is how we're going to do this. This is a Zoom conversation. The original idea of this was to do it live. And then I thought about it, there's a 12-hour time between us and Japan, and that was kind of hard.
No, this is
and so,
next thing.
Here's the Abalone King. This is a book I wrote a few years ago. We decided we were going to take it. So this is a conversation we did last week between myself and Sandy Lyden, who was here yesterday, of course, and our partners in the Takayama area of Japan. And we were really honored about this and really were surprised. One of those gentlemen we refer to as Oba-san. Oba no question about it, Oba-san is the world-leading authority on this story of the modern Japanese-Japan story. Oba-san began researching the story in 1960. He actually was a biologist. raising an abalone in Japan, and he was visited in 1965, Fish and Game Bottle by the name of Keith Cox. And Keith Cox spent time with Obasan, stayed at Obasan's house. And that's when Obasan began to research the story of the Japanese divers coming from Japan, coming from Tateyama, going to Monterey. And he's written a number of books on the story and all that kind of thing. I first went to Japan in 2006 and was taken to Obasan's laboratory in Japan where he was raising abalone. He was retired at that point. And when we were going through his office, there was a picture on the wall of Keith Cox. I knew Keith Cox. I didn't meet him a number of times, so I was really surprised to see that. I remember Keith telling me, I went to Japan, and I didn't know that. He went to Tateyama, so that was like, the circle there, he really brought it all together and do all that. So that was really a cool thing. So this video goes about 45 minutes. So it is in both English and Japanese, but it's translated back by our good friend Calorie, and I think you'll learn there's really interesting things in there. So I think I've said enough. Thank you. There you go. So I want to get So thank you all for being here today, visiting us all the way from Japan.
皆さんこの場でつまり遠く日本からおいでいただきましてありがとうございます。
I have to say that my journey in this story started way back in 2006 when our mutual friend Sandy Lyden allowed me to tag along on a trip to Japan. Honestly, it literally changed my life. And that's why we're having this event today. So I want to say that we're in this historic building that'll be 100 years old next year. And I keep saying this, but it was abalone money that built this building. And it was abalone that brought folks from Japan, from your part of the world, to Monterey. So there's a real, I want to say, almost spiritual connection between Monterey and Tateyama area of Japan. It's just such an incredible connection. And Monterey does have a sister city in Japan, the city of Inaugural. But in my belief, Monterey's true sister city really is the city of Tateyama, Minneapolis. That's our true sister city, at least historically and every other which way that I can think of. So Sandy, would you like to have something to say?
So my connection to this story, which is what made it that I was traveling to Japan in 2006, was in the 1970s. I was working on a history of Point Lobos, and I met Seizo Kodani. And with his help and the help of his family, I began to understand the story of the abalone divers at Point Lobos. But it seemed to me at the time that we were missing a lot of the story. There seemed to be a gap in the story. And I found out that during World War II, many of the Japanese families in the Monterey area destroyed their documents for fear that it would get them into trouble with the United States government. So it happened that I was in China in the spring of 1995, spring and summer, and I had been in China doing research for a month, but I thought, while I'm here, maybe I should stop in Japan and see if I can find out anything about the Kodanis and the abalone divers. So I landed in Japan. The dollar and the yen exchange rate, the yen was very strong and the dollar was very weak. It cost 10 American dollars for a beer. And I knew that I probably couldn't stay long. But arrangements had been made through a go-between, and they had arranged for me to have a translator to help me get around because my Nihongo is not very good. And that's how I met Kaori Mizuguchi in 1995. And I still don't know, maybe we should ask Kaori, how is it that you got connected? How did you end up getting connected to me?
So the story was that there was Mr. Yamaguchi, who is now the committee member of Ikeda-san's group. He was the man who had been corresponding with your side, and you got his name and his mailing address, and you had contacted him before you were coming to Japan. So he thought, oh, I need to arrange someone who can speak English, and he contacted me, and there I was.
There you were. So the primary reason that my objective was to visit the graves if we could find them, of the Kodani grandparents, of Seizo's grandparents. And you had actually, or not you, but he had actually been able to find them. So he already knew where they were before I got there. We visited. I believe Kaori drove the car that I was in. I had no car. And we visited the graves. And I would have been happy. That's all I needed. And I wanted to see the place. I wanted to see what Tateyama looked like. Because everybody that came from Japan who saw Point Lobos and Monterey said they look exactly the same. So I would have been happy with just that. But somewhere along the way, and I believe it was Kaori, said there's something in the museum that you might want to see. Mr. Fukuzawa guided me around, guided us. Kaori was there too, and we went in the museum, and there were some objects that were interesting about fishing and about Tateyama, but then he said there's something in the basement that I would like to show you. We went into the basement, and it was very nice basement with a concrete floor, and he reached over and pulled out a drawer, a flat drawer, and there was a beginning of a garment, of a garment there, and he took it out, and he placed it on the floor, and spread it out, and there, across the back, was the word Monterey in English. Kaori had never seen it. Most of the people in Tateyama had never seen it because it was in a drawer in the basement. But that moment, I almost fainted. I was astonished to see this. And that's the beginning. Everything we're doing here came from that maiwa that was in the basement of the museum. None of us knew very much about this story. We all have learned together. But the important thing that I learned, and that we all learned, was that much of the records and the evidence and the diaries and the letters were all in Tateyama. they have been destroyed in America. We are so grateful for Kaori. Kaori was the Nakoro. She was the go-between. She helped us connect. Language is so important, and she has helped us 30 years. This is 30 years this year to keep us connected, to keep us organized. Kaori is maybe the most organized human I have ever met. And we were so lucky to have Kaori in the middle of this. But I'm going to leave because the rest of the story is very much involved. We now have my wives in America, and Tim has them, and I'm hoping that we'll show them to the people that are at this Abalone Fest.
We will.
But we have been guided by the spirits. We are being helped along the way. And this has been an amazing journey, and Tim and Keita-san and Aizawa Sensei and Kaori have all continued to work harder than we have. And it's almost time now for us to hand over the job of keeping the momentum, and Tim is doing a wonderful job of doing that.
Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimashita. Thank you very much.
So I think that the name Kodani, such an important name on both sides of the Pacific, and perhaps Amiko-san, you can tell us a little bit about the Kodani family on your side?
はい、サンデさん、ティムさん、皆さん、こんにちは。私たちのこの研究をスタートさせた、水産学者の大場敏夫先生が今日来てくれますので、ご紹介いたします。
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, maybe. Before I start the report, I would like to introduce one very important figure, Mr. Oba, who was who led us to all the research that we are doing now. Oba sensei desu.
All bow to the feet of Oba-san.
Oh, this is Toshio Oba. Long time no see. I'm glad to see you, and I'm happy to have speaking with you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
もう一つに、私のこの研究の始まりは、アメリカだからカリフォルニアからキース・コックスっていうアワビの研究者が千葉県水産試験場に来た頃から始まりました。
My research started when a man named Mr. Keith Cox visited the fishery research center that I was working for.
いつですか？何年ですか？
昭和36年。
1961.
で、その時私は千葉県水産試験場でアワビの飼料生産、小さいアワビを作ることをやって研究していました。
At that time, I was working at this research center, trying to raise baby abalones.
まだ日本でも世界でもそういう試みは始まったばかりで研究段階です。
At that time, none of them had succeeded in growing abalones. So it was just the beginning of this kind of research.
カリフォルニアのフィッシュ&ゲームのピース・コックスさんが日本に日本のアワビの飼料生産の状況を見に来たんです。
And this Keith Cox came to observe how Japanese people were doing on this growing abalone.
で、その時にコックスさんと私とアワビの研究者の井野隆っていう先生と3人で千倉千田の小谷家を訪問しました。
So when he visited us, me, Mr. Cox, and one more person went to Senda in Chikura.
その時、千田からアメリカにアワビを取りに行った人たちのアルバム、書類、写真、アメリカから持ち帰ったバカでかい大きいアワビ殻を平野さんの家で見せてもらったんです。で、コックスさんは歴史のことも調べていて、アワビの歴史のことを調べていて、日本人がモントレーでアワビを取ったと彼は言ったんです。
We visited one of the families in Senda, Chikura, and we were able to see all the photos, the letters, and the huge size abalone shells that all came from the United States. Mr. Cox had also researched on the history of abalone in your side, and he told Oba-san that there were Japanese people who did abalone diving in Monterey Bay.
コックスさんが日本のどこからアメリカにアワビを取りに行ったかは彼の研究書には書いてありません。そこでたまたま私が千倉分場ができたのでそこに転勤して地元の平磯、千田、骨董その辺から臨地の人たちを雇ったんです。で、その雇った人の中にうちの親戚はアワビを取りにアメリカに行ったんだという話を聞かせてくれました。で、私のアワビ取りでモントレーに渡った人たちの研究がそこで始まったわけです。
At the time, his research center made a branch office in just right in Chikura, and Oba-san started working there, and they also hired local people. And some of the people said, oh, one of our relatives were actually divers in the United States, and he started doing a research.
さっき最初に訪ねた千田の平野さんっていうのは小谷源之助の弟です。小谷家は金沢へと行って根本、南房総の根本に家があります。漢方を作る商売をしていました。その長男が源之助です。源之助の弟が中次郎で、中次郎が千倉町の千田にお婿さんに来たわけです。で、中次郎は千田の男ママを連れてアメリカに渡って行きました。
One of the families that he visited at that time was Hirano family, where Nakajiro, the brother of Genosuke, married into. Oba-san just explained that his
big brother was Genosuke, and he went to the Monterey, and Nakajiro, the younger brother from Senda in Chikura, sent all the Abalone divers from Japan to the United States.
研究を始めた頃はまだアメリカでアワビを取って日本に帰ってきた10人ぐらいの人たちが生きていました。達者でした。ですからその人たちに直接アメリカでのアワビ取りの話を聞くことができました。
When I started research so many years ago, there were still about 10 people who actually had been to the States diving for abalone, so I was able to interview them directly.
研究のきっかけはそんなところです。どうもありがとうございました。
So this was my story about how I started getting into this research. Thank you very much.
そうです。ありがとう。Thank you.
And can I say that the small world that we live in, I knew Keith Cox. And I interviewed Keith Cox a number of times about going to Japan.
有名なカリフォルニアのアワビ研究者。
Obasan Sensei, yes, he is a very well-known the researcher on abalone.
日本に3回ぐらいね。
He came to Japan maybe several times.
私は、My name is 恵美子池田。大場先生のおかげで私たちは今研究を続けているそのきっかけは本当に大場先生のおかげだと感謝しています。そして、サンディさん、ティムさん、アメリカ側でも研究している方たちとこうしてつながることができて大変嬉しく思っています。
My name is Emiko Ikeda, and I greatly appreciate what Oba-san started. He started everything, and also I would like to thank Tim and Sandy and Annie and everybody in your side. We are very happy that we have been connected just like this.
そして今日は100年のお祝いをするために南房総館山でも今メンバーが集まって、ここに来ています。皆さん手振ってください。
Some of the people are here who would like to witness this 100th anniversary event.
南房総の根本に生まれた小谷源之助中次郎兄弟は明治30年にアメリカに渡りました。源之助は生涯アメリカにとどまりますが、中次郎は9年滞在の後に帰国して、南房総千倉の千田に住みました。漁業組合長や水産会の会長、小学校の学部委員などの要職を務めながら、アワビダイバーを育成してアメリカに送り込む役割を果たしていました。
Genosuke and Nakajiro Kodani brothers, they went to the United States in 1897. Genosuke stayed in the States, but after 9 years, Nakajiro came back to Japan, and he settled in the village called Senda, Chikura. He served some important posts in the community, such as the chairman of fishery cooperative, etc. And he also sent many abalone divers from his village to his brother in Monterey.
兄弟の両親は清三郎太陽と言います。江戸時代から続く海鮮問屋金沢屋を営み、アワビ漁や加工業も行っていました。清三郎の実家の森家では、機械式潜水によるアワビ漁の実験を日本で最初に成功させました。
Their parents, Seizaburo and Tayo, had a marine product business in Shirama area.
And the business was called Kanazawaya, and they were also involved in abalone diving and also processing abalone. Seizaburo came from a family called the Mori family, and that family was, the people there was the first people who did helmet diving in Japan for the first time.
その頃の日本政府は外貨獲得を目指していくつかの水産加工品を重要貿易品として指定しました。中でも対中国貿易において漢方干しアワビの品質向上が求められました。小谷清三郎は干しアワビの優れた技術者でした。全国の博覧会で何度も表彰され、農商務省と関わる仕事をしていました。実際に金沢屋が中国人とのアワビ取引を直接やっていて、品質を褒められたという書簡も見つかっています。
At that time, Japan wanted to gain foreign currency. They wanted to make profit from outside Japan, and some of the marine products had been designated as important export items. And one of them was dried abalone. And Seizaburo Kodani, the father of Genosuke and Nakajiro, was a very skilled person in making dried abalone. He was awarded many times in, for example, expos all over Japan, and he was also involved in Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce. He did business directory with Chinese people, and his skill of making dried abalone had been praised by these Chinese businessmen.
小谷夫妻は8人の息子と娘たちに上級の教育を与えました。長男の源之助は東京の慶応義塾幼稚舎と商法学校に13歳から5年間学びました。英語や外国の歴史など先進的な教育を受け、教師の資格も取りました。卒業後は金沢屋の仕事に就き、アワビに関わる仕事で各地を巡っていました。最近の調査では、新潟県佐渡島にアワビ工場を開き、加工の仕事をしていたことも分かってきました。源之助の最初の妻、林は佐渡島出身でしたが、明治35年に死別しています。
Seizaburo and Tayo had 8 children, and they gave their children very high and modern education at that time. The oldest son, Genosuke, went to a school called Keiyo Gijuku Yoksha, and then after that he went to a business school from 13 years old for 5 years. He learned English and world history and many other modern education he received, and he also got a certificate as a teacher. After graduating this school, he helped the family business, and he visited many areas in Japan involving in abalone business. Recent research found that they also opened an abalone processing factory in Sado in Niigata. Actually, Genosuke's first wife, Bin, was from Sado area. She passed away in 1902.
一方、次男の中次郎は英語学校に1年通った後、水産研修所に進学しました。父、清三郎は水産研修所が南房総で行った夏の実習や研究のための海藻採集などに協力し、深いつながりを持っていました。中次郎も在学中から金沢屋を手伝っていました。水産研修所では、岸の上鎌吉というアワビ研究の第一人者から指導を受けました。
Genosuke's younger brother, Nakajiro, went to an English school for 1 year, and then he entered Fishery Institute. Their father, Seizaburo, was, he helped this Fishery Institute workshops that were held in Shirahama Minamiboso area. So there had been connections. The family and the Fishery Institute had some connection even before Nakajiro went to. Nakajiro also finished school. After he finished school, he helped the family business. While he was studying at this Fishery Institute, one of his instructors was Ishinoue Kamakichi.
篠上鎌吉は農商務省に所属しており、アワビ漁の調査で何度も金沢屋を訪れていました。彼が書いた外国におけるアワビ漁業という論文には、著名な魚類学者 D.S. ジョーダン博士の北太平洋沿岸のアワビ漁業が引用されています。当時のアメリカの水産調査データは、日本の水産政策を作る上で欠かせないものでした。小谷兄弟はこれを見て渡米前に研究したと思われます。
This Kishinoue, the instructor of the Fishery Institute, he belonged to Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce, and he had visited Kanazawa, the family, the business that Genosuke and Nakajiro's family had for many times on the research of abalone diving. He wrote a research report, and in there he had quoted some research papers written by D.S. Jordan, and this was 当時のアメリカの研究では、
当時のアメリカの研究が日本の水産政策日本から
This kind of data was very important on planning the fishery industry in Japan. And we have some assumption that maybe Genosuke brothers had seen this report before they went to the United States.
日本側に残る中次郎の伝記には次のように書かれています。ある日、カリフォルニアの海岸で魚介類の調査研究を行っている大学生たちと出会った。貝の名前や分類が分からず議論しているのを見た中次郎は即座に解説して学生たちを驚かせた。それはスタンフォード大学の初代学長となったジョーダン氏がモントレーに開いたホプキンス臨海実験所のフィールドワークだったのではないかと考えられます。
One of the records that tells Nakajiro when he was in the United States says this. He was on the beach in California and he met some students who were doing research on fish and shellfish. And the students didn't know what kind they were and they were discussing. Nakajiro just ran in there and he explained everything and the students were surprised. We assumed that this might have been the group of students joining the field work held by Hopkins Marine Station, led by Mr. Jordan.
また、農商務省の派遣で渡米していた椎原博という人物が明治41年にアメリカにおける日本アワビ漁師についてというレポートを日本政府に報告していたことが最近の調査で明らかになりました。小谷アワビ製造所の製法や漁法、販路などが公式に報告された資料として重要な発見です。
We have recently discovered a report that tells, that reports
officially to the government about the abalone diving in Monterey area. And this was written by Mr. Shihara in 1908. We think this is a very important official record that tells the government what Kodami family was doing in California.
シーハラは水産研修所の卒業生で中次郎の後輩にあたります。シーハラレポートは中次郎の帰国後に書かれたものですが、同窓生の強いネットワークでつながっていた可能性があります。これらの調査研究は阿波文化遺産フォーラムの相沢代表が明治期に渡米した房総アワビ漁師たちの源流という論文を発表しています。
This person who wrote the research is he also studied at Fishery Institute where Nakajiro studied. Nakajiro was older and Shihara was younger. And the report was written after Nakajiro came back to Japan. But it is possible that they had been connected through the Fishery Institute. And この研究は相沢先生が書いてるんですね。Mr. Aizawa, the director of our Bunka Isan Forum, wrote the report titled the beginning of Boso Abalone divers who visited the United States in Meiji era.
私は10月に和歌山県の皆さんと共に調査でモントレーを訪れる予定です。その時皆さんにお会いできるのを楽しみにしています。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Emiko-san has a plan to visit again Monterey area this October together with people from Wakayama Prefecture. So she is looking forward to seeing you in person in October.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
I look forward to seeing you.
いやー、皆さんも楽しみにしてます。ですね。
So, thank you all.
Sandy, do you have any questions? I know sometimes going back and forth, the translation can be difficult, but there really was a lot of really good information in that. And as you say, Rico, along with a couple other Japanese historians, will be here in Monterey in October. On October 4th, they'll be giving a lecture here in the hall. They're working in the museum in the Wakayama Prefecture. They're doing a big exhibit about Monterey and immigration of Japanese citizens to Monterey. And so that should be a lot of fun. So this is our last event of last year's Abalone Festival. It's been a lot of work. I really appreciate you all coming here today and being part of this. And thank you so very much. And the museum is still open down.
We didn't really have a chance to properly introduce Brian Evans, our City of Monterey librarian, but he acted as our MC today. We thank him. We thank the City of Monterey for helping to sponsor this event. And we've got a lot of ideas for next year, Tim, when you do this again. But thank you for coming.